On Sunday, August 5th, 2018, Kalispell Police received a 911 call from Ryan Lamb in a state of distress, reporting that his partner, Ryan Nixon, had been stabbed and was unresponsive. Within 4 minutes, police were on the scene and quickly made contact with Mr. Lamb, who was understandably distraught. The following body cam captures that interaction.
I need to cover my vein. Gene.
What are you doing?
Gene.
They're doing what they do, Ryan.
Yes.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to pull up my pants because they're falling down, and I'm like, I need my man.
Okay, come here.
Yes.
Walk with me.
Oh my God.
Who is that guy to you?
That's my husband.
That's your husband. Okay.
Yes, I just got off of work like 30 minutes ago.
Okay, where do you work?
I work at the Rivals. Yes.
Oh, Rivals? Okay.
Yes.
Stand right here for me.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Face my car.
Yes.
Face my car. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. No, baby. Oh my gosh, please, please.
Screws in there. 58.
What's that?
It's Struble. So have a seat for me.
What do you mean
That's my partner, Struble.
Can I please? I need a cigarette. I haven't had a cigarette or anything. I just walked home. I just got off the clock.
Okay, what's your name?
Ryan.
Ryan, what's your last name, Ryan?
Lamb, L-A-M-B.
Okay.
No, I need to check on my husband.
No.
Please.
Not
please.
right now.
What do you mean not right now?
We're gonna send medics in.
No, what do you mean?
We're sending the medics in.
Please, you're
Okay.
right, please.
We're gonna do everything we can.
Oh my God, I
okay?
tried everything, please.
Yeah,
Please.
What do you mean you tried everything?
I tried some CPR, I tried breathing, and then I ran to the gas station to go for help. We don't have a phone. Yes.
Do you have any weapons on you, Ryan?
Absolutely not. I have a money. Oh my gosh. Tell me. Can I please
Turn this way.
I'm sorry, that's my husband. Please. I just came home like 20 minutes ago. No.
You just came home 20 minutes ago?
What time is it?
It's about 3:45. Okay, Ryan, just have a seat.
Yes, sir.
Universal precaution.
Oh my God, my husband. Please. That's my husband.
How long have you been married?
3 years, please. Please.
Okay.
I just came home.
Okay. Well, the medics are here, so they're gonna do what they can.
Oh my gosh, please. Can you scratch my ear? Please. Oh my God. I slapped him and he wouldn't even breathe. And I tried chest compressions and he wouldn't breathe. And I tried to breathe into him and he wouldn't breathe. Like,
Okay. So Ryan, here's
my parents were at the hospital. Like, this is. Oh my God, it's my husband.
No, stay in the car.
I'm not leaving, please. Please, tell me.
Tell you what. The medics are in there right now. I can let you know when I know, but I've been dealing with you.
Okay, but.
Okay?
Cigarette. Please.
No, we're not gonna do that right now.
Please.
You didn't have any cigarettes on you.
I know, they're in the house. Can you wipe my lip, please? I'm not vicious,
No,
please.
I can't wipe it. Just wipe it on your shirt.
I can't. Please. Tell me about my husband.
As soon as I know,
Gene,
I will let you know.
is he okay? I came home and like there's blood on the house and he was laying in the shower.
Okay, what's your name? Ryan?
Yes, sir.
What's your last name, Ryan?
Lamb.
L-A-M-B?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ryan, what's your date of birth?
05. 26. 84.
May 26th of 84?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's my husband.
What's his name?
Oh, Ryan.
What's his name?
Ryan.
It's Ryan and Ryan.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, I need to check on him, please.
No. Have a seat for me. What's Ryan's last name?
It's Lamb.
His last? You're both Ryan Lamb.
Yes. Please, I'm not trying to. I need to know if my husband's okay. Please, this is like my life.
So,
I know.
So the medics are in there. They're doing everything they can. Okay. There's nothing that you can do by going in there.
Please.
Okay.
Please.
Nope. Have a seat.
Oh my God.
Have a seat.
Is he okay?
Have a seat.
Is he okay?
Thank you. He didn't look very good to me. Okay.
No. No.
What's his date of birth? August what?
14, 86.
86.
Wait.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
No. No. I just got off of work at like 11:45. I sat at my work. I had a beer. I totally smoked a bowl. I'm sorry. Like, I got home at like 1:30. No, like 2 o'clock. I left that bar right when it was closing, and I got home and there was blood everywhere, and I ran to Michael's and called my dad and my mom because they work at North Valley Hospital. I called Lene, who works at the front desk of North Valley Hospital, and Ryan said he was okay, and I fucking ran there and ran back, and this is where he's like unresponsive now. I don't know who to go.
So it's almost 4. It's 3:30 in the morning.
My times might be off. I'm sorry.
Okay. So you're about an hour and a half off. So what did you tell your mom and dad when you called them?
I called them and left them messages.
What did you tell them?
I said Brian's been really hurt. Someone broke into our house. Like,
okay.
is he okay?
I don't think so.
What do you mean?
He didn't look okay. But the medics are gonna.
Can I sit for a sec, please?
Yep. Have a seat.
Can I please have a cigarette?
I don't have a cigarette.
I know I have one right there in the front living room.
We can't get anything from in there right now.
Can I have a chew in my pocket then, please? I'm not gonna go anywhere, please. I just want to know about my husband. Like, it's my partner. I know, like, you're straight, but, like, it's my partner. Please, I'm not gonna go anywhere. Please. Please.
So I need you to calm down, okay? Just take a big deep breath. I know you've been drinking.
Yes.
Okay? But
I'm, like, super confused. I'm a little bit stoned. I'm sorry, like...
Okay. Right.
I'm really confused. I really want my man.
Okay.
I need my man. No, I need my man. Wanda?
Okay, it's, like I said, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Have a seat.
Can you come here, Wanda?
Have a seat for me.
Please? Please? This is Ryan's landlord.
Yep, perfect. Have a seat for me.
Yes, sir. She's right behind you.
Okay, have a seat.
Yes, sir. Wanda. Wanda.
Sure.
Is Ryan okay?
I don't think so. I just got home from work.
You just got home?
Yeah, some shit happened. Like, he's been fighting with his ex from Libby. Like, they've been coming into our house. That's where not our house, this house, the screen's broken. Like, I've been staying there because they keep coming into the house. Like,
why don't you guys let me know?
because I'm scared to let you know I stay there more than 3 nights a week. I'm sorry. Like, I live up there on 3 Mile. I'm sorry. Like, his mom's coming down on Tuesday. Like, oh my God, I just got off of work at the Rivals. Like, I just closed the kitchen. How bad is it, Wanda?
I don't know.
Can you go?
Right, Ryan,
Just
have a seat. Just have a seat.
Can you call my mom and my dad, please? Call his mom.
We'll take care of that.
You need to call his mom, please.
We don't have any answers right now.
291-1577. Call her. 291-1577.
Have a seat for me.
Is she in Libby?
Close. Have a
She's
seat.
in Libby.
Yeah,
Have a
that
seat.
might upset her.
Oh,
Yeah.
it will.
And we don't know.
Oh my God.
We don't know any answers yet.
I need to.
Have a
Can I
seat.
please look?
Ryan,
No,
you
have a
gotta
seat.
Breathe. You have to calm down, okay?
When police entered the unit, they could see blood on the doorstep and on the landing. The apartment was in disarray, and it appeared that there was an altercation. There was blood on the bed and blood on the floor. Once they entered the bathroom, they found Ryan Nixon in the bathtub with the water running. Mr. Lamb had reported that Mr. Nixon had poked holes in him, and it was determined that those were the result of being stabbed by a pair of scissors that were found in the apartment. It was determined that Ryan Nixon was deceased. An hour after Ryan Nixon was found stabbed to death, they brought his boyfriend, Ryan Lamb, to the police station. Detective Wardensky wants Mr. Lamb to detail what he saw when entering the apartment. The following is a marathon interview that we have edited down. Interrogation Files presents Till Death Do Us Part, the shocking case of Ryan Lamb.
You need more water?
I just don't want to be left alone, please.
I'll have the other officer grab you something. You need some more? Okay, I'll hold it up first.
We've had 3 break-ins in the last fucking 4 months, maybe 5 months now.
Great.
We're gonna deal with it on our own. However the hell that means to y'all. We're gonna deal with it. We're just filling out our passports to go to Thailand and to go visit Thailand because we're coming up on our 1 year. No. Oh my God, my mama. My mama.
Okay, Ryan. Have a seat for me here. I know this is very upsetting for you, and Officer Venezio and I want to talk with you and get to the bottom of all this. Okay, Ryan.
Yes, sir.
Like I chatted with you a little bit earlier, we have a process that we have to go through in order for us to get to the bottom of all this. So I'm going to read you right now what's called your rights. Okay, I started them a little earlier, but I'm going to finish here, just knowing what rights you have talking to us.
Oh my God.
Okay.
You guys are really good at putting finger at me.
We don't know what this
Oh
is.
my God.
We don't know. So And Ryan, here's the thing, okay, is that we have to be cautious because I've dealt with you and Ryan before when you guys have had disputes,
Yeah.
okay, and so we just want to make sure that we cover all of our bases,
I understand.
you know, and certainly, you know, as if it were my significant other that something bad happened to, I'd want to do everything I possibly could to help out, right?
I just want to get out of here so I can get a fucking motherfucker.
Well, we don't want that. That's our job, okay? So let me read this to you. Well, you can help us.
So this says, I do hereby make the following statement to Officer Venezio and Wardensky, the Kalispell Police Department, knowing that I may have an attorney in my behalf present and that I do not have to make any statement nor incriminate myself in any manner. I make this statement voluntarily of my own free will, knowing that such statement could later be used against me in any court of law. I declare that this statement is made without any threat, coercion, offer of benefit, favor, or offer of favor,
God, Brian.
leniency, or offer of leniency by any person or persons whomsoever. Do you understand that you have the right to remain silent? Looking for yes or no's here, okay? Do you understand you have the right to remain silent?
Yeah.
Do you understand that you have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice? That if you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before you are asked any questions if you wish, and that you have the right to have the presence of this lawyer while you're questioned.
You understand those things?
Yeah.
Do you understand that any statements you make or anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law?
Of course.
That was yes, sir.
Yes,
No.
yes, sir. Sorry.
Do you understand that if you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering these questions at any time? And that you also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. Do you understand these things?
Yes.
All right, Ryan. The last one says, I understand the above and I'm willing to make a statement.
Thank you. Thanks for being willing to talk with us.
Of course, like I don't fucking, like I just want to get the fuck out of here, like, look at this person. You guys are gonna do enough to him.
No.
I guess you're gonna do enough.
So Ryan, I know that you've told the other officers kind of what took place, but I'm sorry I wasn't there for that. Can you tell me from start to finish? Kind of, you were at work.
It was fight night,
Okay.
so I was drinking.
Okay.
Sometimes we drink at work.
Okay.
I don't know what they were doing.
Okay.
So I hung out extra late, and I know I should have gone fucking home.
What time did you leave work?
I think I clocked out around 11,
Okay.
and I didn't leave there till I don't know. Like I hung out for 2 tall beers and quite a bit of vodka.
Okay. Who was the bartender tonight?
Lexi, Jenny, and Cardia.
Okay. All right.
And I hung out and I smoked a bowl with one of them. Sorry.
No, we're not worried about that right now. Okay. Okay. And then what happened?
I went to Michael's.
Okay.
The gas station, the Exxon.
Yeah.
Bought some food. No, yeah, bought some food.
Okay.
Sorry, like, I drank a lot, like,
Yeah. What kind of food did you buy?
I bought some tea. I think some donuts. And some jerky. It's what Ryan likes.
Okay.
He really likes the jerky sticks.
Yeah.
And then I went over to the Gold Dust to see who was working.
Yeah.
So I could drink more. I'm sorry.
Okay. You're 21, right? You can drink. Nice. Okay.
God, no, please.
Hello, it's Jim.
Please tell me.
Hey.
So,
I'm,
what about after the goal? The goal, that's right.
go ahead.
I went out and smoked a bowl. And I got crossfaded. Like too drunk and you get stoned and you throw up a lot and it really spins.
Okay. And where was that at?
It was outside the Gold Dust.
Okay.
Like, between Teledeck and Little Caesars.
Okay. Where'd you head after you got sick?
I barfed a few times
Okay.
in the field. And I took a knee. Smoked a couple cigarettes. But Brian was like, he was in front of me for like a half an hour.
I missed a step there. So when did you meet up with Ryan?
I don't know if it was the gold dust or if it was when we were smoking a bowl.
Okay.
Really sorry. Like,
You don't need to apologize. You're going through a horrible time right now. Okay? You don't need to apologize. You need a second, take a second.
We've been fighting because we've been leaving the house unlocked so I could get in.
Okay.
So I don't technically live there. I stayed there without the landlord knowing up until tonight. We didn't want to get kicked out. It was our first place together. No. No.
So he was in front of you about a half hour.
I mean, like, a argument over leaving the house unlocked, and our house had been broken into under 2 weeks ago. The screen was popped up, a couple of the blinds were broken off, all the shit on the ledge was kicked off, our CDs were fucking taken, or our DVDs were fucked with. Our pillows were gone.
And so, how did that cause an argument tonight?
We just been talking about it, and we've been talking about protecting ourselves. It's like the third time it's happened this summer, since this summer.
Do you have any idea who's doing that?
Yeah, I know exactly who's doing
Who is it?
it. It's his ex.
Okay. And who is that?
It's a double dose.
Okay. David Della Rosa. Do you know where we can find David at?
You know what? Give me that location first, please. Give me 5 minutes with him.
What would you do to him?
Nothing. Nothing that you guys need to hear about.
So after you walked through the field, you smoked some cigarettes, you said you didn't say. You got up, you continued walking towards your house, and then what happened?
I came home, the door was open. There was blood on not on the stairs, what's it called? The stoop, the porch.
Okay.
I ran in, there was blood on the wall, there was blood on the kitchen floor. Ryan had the scissors sticking out of his fucking tongue.
What did the scissors look like?
I don't recall.
You remember what color the handles were on them?
Silver or black.
Okay.
And I pulled them out, and it was spitting blood. And it was just really fucked up. And he spit out some blood, and he was like barfing this crazy brown shit.
Did he say anything?
Yeah.
What was that?
It just got fucked up, and all the pills were taken.
What kind of pills?
You can test me, I don't do them.
Okay.
He really likes lower tabs,
Okay.
and he likes those things in those chair strips that are it's like methadone but not methadone. So
Like Suboxone?
that thing, he really likes those. And so he said everything was gone, and I was like, how bad is it? And it didn't look that bad. I mean, like, it was like bleeding from the back of his head, and he was sitting against the wall in the kitchen. I don't know why I didn't run next door or across the fucking doorway. I just ran to Michael's, the first free phone I could think of. Like, the first free phone. we don't live on the phone grid. Like, we don't use the base thing. We don't do any of that stuff because we're trying to hide from his ex.
Does Ryan have a cell phone though?
No, we neither of us have cell phones.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
So, tell me what happened next.
I ran to Michael's and I tried to call my dad because he works at the hospital.
Yep.
And he would know what the fuck the severity is, and like tried to call my mom, and then I called North Valley Hospital, and she told me to call 911, and I said, well, it's been like 15 minutes now, because I've been trying to get a hold of my dad and my mom. And I said I'd be right back.
Okay.
And I went home, and he was in the shower, and he was totally unresponsive. And so I started banging on every door I could find, because I didn't know how fucking bad it was.
Okay. So when you left to go to Michael's, did you close the door behind you?
No.
Okay. You just left it as it was?
Yes.
Okay.
Like I left it cracked. Like,
Okay.
I don't have a key. Here's the key somewhere. And like, I wasn't checking this out for the key. I was like, I ran to Michael's because it's the first free phone. It's the only free phone I know.
Sure. Yeah. And that makes sense. I think you've done that before, haven't you? Yep. Use Michael's phone.
No, it's always been Aces.
Aces, okay.
What route do you take when you ran?
Cut through the parking lot, behind the trees, through the field. I stopped running because like I got fucking really like drunk sick. And then I ran the rest of the way the best I could. Okay.
Do you remember talking to anybody in the gas station when you got there?
What's his name? The guy who works there. It was just like, there was a fight, like, my husband's really hurt, I need to use your phone. And then, like, I know that I have diseases, so it was like, please give me a rubber glove, I need to call some help. And my dad's my help, my mom's my help. I called the Whitefish, Leanne, or whatever her name is, at the North Valley Hospital, because I know that number. And he said he was fine, like he said just call for help. And like, he said it was fine. It was fine.
Ryan said it was fine.
He said he was totally like conscious and like talking to me and said it was fine.
Okay.
Did he describe the people though?
No.
Did he say how many?
Then he just said he got beat up and fucking all the pills are gone.
Does he have a prescription for that stuff?
No.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about, obviously, you know, I'm not concerned about him buying pills or any of that stuff, other than who would know that he has the pills and who would come after those pills.
I get two people who know he has them.
Okay.
And he's got side pockets.
What's that?
Side clothes.
Your husband had his side deals?
Yeah, right. So these people that I don't care to know, that I don't want to know, that he deals with.
To get the prescriptions, what you're saying?
I know, like, he'll walk out to the Gateway parking lot, the Tulsa parking lot. He'll pick up in the middle of the night.
had me die.
What were those two names?
Jacob Douglas and
What was it say?
JT Smith.
JT Smith?
I think it's JT. JT. He's military. He could be Allen.
Do you know JT stands for anything?
Jonathan Taylor. He's got a big old fucking mohawk. Like a ridiculous and big mohawk. Skinny skeevy. There's not allowed on our property. Well, like, in our house.
Do you know who he is?
Last I knew he lived by Peter with a school right there.
Peterson?
If he was right last
And is he connected in any way to David Del Rosa?
No. Not that I know.
For two completely separate relationships.
Yeah. Just stupid.
So if you had to get a hold of either one of those two, how would you do it?
I would never get a hold of those two for a point of it.
Right, but if you had to,
I wouldn't have it any clue how to.
okay. How would Ryan do it?
You know, it's part of our secrets.
You guys, when you say part of your secrets, you mean he had things that he didn't discuss with you, you have things you didn't discuss with him?
He has things that he doesn't need to discuss with me, and I have things that I don't need to discuss with him, and that's what makes us strong.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Makes sense. Does Ryan keep a diary or anything, or journal, or anything that we could look at that would help us try and figure out who did this?
Computer.
Okay. Is it a desktop computer or laptop? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Blue laptop, I believe. Yeah, it's blue.
Okay. Is that at the house then?
It should be.
Okay. And what does he do on the computer that would help us?
I don't know. I don't get on it.
Okay.
We're not phone people. We're not Facebookers. We're not any of that shit. We're just like, we didn't want Dave to figure out where we lived. We didn't want fucking being at our house. Like, we were gonna deal with it our own way. Like,
How long have you two been together?
3.5 years.
How did you meet?
He came to my house. I found love. Please call my dad and then you call his mom. Please.
Yeah, I tried to call your dad and your mom, and went to voicemail. So
You guys have a pretty solid relationship?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, we've had our few shares of fights. And two boys just growing up in domestic violence. And where it's just like, I feel like my friends and their wives have the same rights. Everything comes with it. As soon as they find out we're fags, they fucking crack down on us harder.
who do you mean they?
Well, you all.
The system in general makes you feel like that?
But no, just mostly the local law enforcement. Whether it's what behavior.
You guys spend a lot of time in the movie?
That's where he's from. His mom lives there, his dad lives there, his wife lives there, his ex lives there. Oh my god.
So what was the purpose of him over here? Kalispell.
Get better jobs, and get her passports, and go travel. No.
Was there something recently that changed, or conversations or relationship change? Not necessarily between you two, but
We had a
From
break
anybody
in
else?
someone popped our front screen. Someone, I don't know who it was.
Did you guys report that to us?
No, just we're more afraid of you guys than anything. Once you guys find out we're gay, it's just all over.
Well, you and I have talked before.
Yeah, it's just all over. It's not really respectable. It's just whatever. But we're more afraid of you guys than anything. So we were just gonna go manage it ourselves. Yeah, screen was popped, our fucking TV was stolen, our pop was taken, our fucking bong was taken, we had some hateful shit written on some fucking all of our HIV med bottles, like.
So, tell me what Ryan did today.
Ryan worked his whole shift.
He worked at Rivals as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Uh,
And when did he finish work today?
5:30 or 6.
Okay. So earlier than you did.
Yeah, I got on at 3:30 or 4 right in there.
Okay. And then what did he do once he finished work?
I just watched the fights, got drunk, we had fun, ate some food, let him eat them. This one. Oh
Okay.
my god.
What time did he leave Rivals then?
Oh my god. I don't know. I'm really fucked up. I mean, I think he left. He came and checked on me. Oh my god. No. No. I don't even know what time. Like, I was pretty fucked up. I smoked some bowls and had some shots. And I got really cross-faded. Oh my god.
He walked home then, or did he leave with somebody, or?
He left with a couple different people a couple times.
And who were those folks?
Other coworkers.
Okay. Who was that?
And we got ready to go to Whitefish. We were gonna go to Casey's. And that was like at 11:15, 11:30.
Okay.
Oh my god. Bubba. He like took care of me because I cut my finger on the mandolin. And he like bandaged my finger and we went out and smoked a bowl. And when they oh my god.
Where's the mandolin at?
One from work.
You did that at work?
Yeah. Slice and rats.
Which finger did you cut? Oh, okay.
You put a band-aid on it for me.
Yeah.
And we went out and sat on the curb and smoked a bowl.
Okay.
We talked about going to Whitefish with Chris and my other coworker Richie and Monica and Dylan and Shauna, and we were all ready to go, and they were fighting, and we stood outside and made sure that they had a decent, they didn't get in each other's faces, but they just talked it out. And we were talking about how so proud we were that we're talking our shit out and we're not like that. Oh my god. I really need to call my dad, please.
Yeah, I told you I tried to call and it went right to voicemail.
Try again, please, sir.
Yep, we will.
Please.
Yeah. So then what happened after you guys were out back and your coworkers were arguing and
He left before me.
okay.
I closed up the kitchen. I got to sit and have a shifter.
Okay.
I had my shifter. And it's kind of where got crossfaded. Just get too drunk and get too stoned and just get too much of the spins.
Okay.
I think I'm pretty sure we saw each other at the Michaels. He wanted to get a bunch of ridiculous shit, like chocolate milk and gummy things. Oh my god.
But what time was that?
Oh, it's so rough. I'm so sorry. I'm spinning so bad. Sometimes it's 2:12 and 2.
Okay. And then what happened?
We went over for the gold dust and butterflies. Miranda was working.
Okay.
Had a couple shots, had a couple beers.
Both of you were there together?
I don't know. I played on a different machine. We played separately.
Okay. But at least at one point both of you were there together?
Yeah.
Okay. And what happened next?
I'm not entirely sure.
Do you know what time Gold Dust closes?
It was 150, 155. They try to give our time so they don't serve, but they let you play.
Okay.
Your block's on ahead of me. I had to take a knee for a while.
Okay. And then what happened?
It might have been 20 minutes, a half an hour. It was 2 cigarettes and she was a chew. A dip. And I stumbled home. And that's when the door was open and there was blood on the Jesus fuck.
So, Ryan, when I was there, I stopped there briefly before I came here.
Yeah.
And what's the manager's name there? Wanda, yeah. She was there and she was talking to the officers. And apparently there's a couple of cameras outside. Yeah. And we were asking about that stuff.
Yeah.
I haven't reviewed that stuff yet.
Yeah.
To see what's on there.
Yeah.
But when I get a chance to, what am I going to see?
Ryan in the house, or going into his house. I don't know if someone's there or not. Me showing up later, and then me running out. Like, I went to Michael's, and that's like, I don't know why we run over to Gene's house. I didn't think about that. It was just literally like, go to the phone. And where do I have a phone? Is like the Michael's.
Where does Jean live?
She lives next door over. Literally the apartment wall over.
Okay. Because I think somebody in 304 said you came over there and talked with them.
It's 304.
The one to the east of,
Right across from me.
next door. So if you're standing in front of your apartment, it would be the other way.
Right across from mine.
No.
So there is no other one. I pounded on their fucking door when like I came back from Michael's and Ryan moved himself into the shower and the shower was running and there was poop draining down. He was unresponsive and I freaked the fuck out and lost my shit. And I think that's like when I started sobering up and I started just pounding on the fucking walls. I started screaming for help. I pounded on Gene's door, the kid across to the hallway, Franklin or Frankie, and then Wanda. Like,
Okay.
and I had used Gene's phone because she finally opened the door and I called 911 and I was on 911 the whole time until officers showed up. Oh my god.
What did you tell Jean?
Exactly what Brandon said, that he was attacked and he's hurt real bad. And he said it wasn't that bad when I'd seen him.
How did his head get cut?
I don't know, there was blood on the back of his head when he leaned up from the wall because he was sitting against the wall and he was scissors in his tummy. So I like coming down from like drinking and smoking a bunch of weed and having like a really great night. Oh my god. Can you please try to call my dad again? Yeah, can I please try to call Ryan's mom?
Well, we don't want to call his mom. I told you that. Are you nervous?
No, I'm like missing my Bubba right now. I need my Bubba.
Brian, you mentioned that when you were leaving your work, you guys were talking that you're proud because you guys talk out your arguments, right?
We're proud because we watched,
You were watching them, your friends, right?
yeah.
Are your arguments with Ryan normally, do you not do as well just talking him out? Is that what you're getting at?
No, not at all. We're trying that shit.
Oh, I was just trying to clarify something.
Yeah. Oh my god, we love
Has Ryan been in contact with David recently?
yes.
How recently?
Within the last couple of days.
Okay. And what was that about?
I guess David had hacked or got into one of his email accounts or hacked one of his email accounts. And Ryan had mentioned that some old ghosts from the past are coming up.
Did he give you any specifics?
Some people that we had some fidelity issues for a minute a couple years ago.
Okay.
And how that was coming to limelight.
And I don't mean to pry into your personal life. We're just trying to figure out what happened after this. And why do you think it is, David?
Think of any information we can get about David and how we can find him right now?
I know he lives in Libby.
Do you know who he was with?
He's a computer nerd, so he like spends his life just nerding on the internet. And that's why we're like completely off grid with phones, the internet, and everything.
And obviously, if you said that David had hacked an email account, that Ryan had some email accounts.
Ryan was making some phone calls from work. He talked to his mom, he talked to his dad's wife. Please call my dad. Please.
Tell me more about the marks on your chest there and your stomach. Can you unbutton your shirt so I can see that? What's that from? It looks like a fork.
Yeah.
What's it from?
Well, this one fucked up sex. This one fucked up sex.
Okay.
Fucked up sex.
How old is that injury?
This is yesterday morning. The morning before.
So Friday morning?
I worked for the close about 11. So yeah, like Friday at like 9.
So, let me tell you a story, okay? Alright, and the reason that I'm going to share this with you is because over the course of the last 20 years that I've been doing this job, I've seen a fair amount of things, okay? Not too much shocks or surprises me, okay? A number of years ago, I went to a call. Some folks that typically would not call us because they didn't like the police very much. And the male half had a stab wound in the back of on his back there. And when we were trying to sort things out, they both explained that during sex, what they had heard was that if you inflict a little pain during the sexual encounter, that it intensifies things. Okay?
So we like to put belts around each other's necks when we're fucking. Sometimes we'd better drill each other and then take video. Sometimes we would
immobilized, like completely restrained. The other one. And it's nothing to like get woken up, having some rough sex. That's what we're into.
Sure.
Oh my god.
So the fork marks,
Oh my god.
tell me about that.
On the top, and right at the bottom,
Mm-hmm.
and sometimes I let them top me, and it has to be painful, or I'll freak out and stop.
Okay.
So the more pain that I get, the more it allows me to be alone.
Okay. Did he want pain ever? Or?
Aside from a rough fucking, not a whole lot. There needs to be from my dad. Please.
We'll get to that. So
I can't believe this. I need to go to go get this kid.
So I got a tough question that I got to ask you here, okay? Certainly we're trying to follow up with David De La Rosa and figure that out. You gave us some leads as far as who may potentially, from the pill usage, the drug usage, there's a couple names there. That we'll try
This
and
Russian bitch, Julia Stinson.
Okay.
Stinson. So that's a solid one.
Do you know were the scissors, were they from your house?
I don't recall. I just recall coming in and there was blood all over this dude. And I thought he cracked his nose or something. And I go in and he was laying right on the kitchen. There's a wall that separates the kitchen from the living room. He was laying up against that, and he had scissors in his belly, and he was bleeding really heavily from the back of his head. And he was like, all the pills are gone, all the fucking pot's gone. It's in his spine. Like I was freaking out. I don't even know if he. House, I can't even recall. It's such a blur. And
Was he dressed, undressed?
He was undressed. He was in his boxers or his shorts.
Okay.
And he was he seemed fine. I mean, he had a bunch of cuts, and he had some scissors poking out of his tummy, and he pulled them out, and I put my hand on him. It wasn't gushing blood. I saw little meat sticking out, and I thought about everything I learned from my parents, and it was breathing, his heart beating, he was fine. He threw up twice, and I thought it was because he was shocked. So
So was your plan, Ryan, to go home and you guys were going to go to Casey's?
No, it was to go straight from work to Casey's. Oh my god. I need it. It's gonna be home.
So the Casey's plan was over with by the time that you'd gone to the other places by then?
Casey's plan had changed. It was going to be a house party. And so we went home. Our plan was to go home and change clothes. And he went home ahead of me, and I seen him at the Wardensky. I think we were playing different machines. Miranda was there, Tanner was there. Some other boys that we both know was there.
Which way did you walk home?
From Gold Dust.
Yeah.
To Tower Tech, up the parking lot. behind Boy Scouts of America, whatever that is,
Okay.
in the back corner, through the field.
Okay. Is that, at what point did you and Ryan separate?
It was after the arrest.
Okay, you said that you guys both left there and then you had to take a knee.
He left before me, I'm pretty sure. It's pretty fucked up. There's like 2 more shots there, I think. Before I ended up having a review. I twisted the T. I went and got a twisted T from the mics before I left. And he was gone when I got out of mics, which means I he's headed home. And I took a knee in the field for a while. Like, the path between the parking lot and the house. Oh my god. Oh my god.
So with the front door, would that have been locked when
That
Ryan
was
was
what we've
getting
been
home?
talking about. So, no, because I don't lock it.
Okay.
And he wants it locked, but he only has 1 key, which would be bullshit, which is been part of this. And our screen has been popped in the front, the screen's been popped in the back. All this is within the last 4 weeks.
Does he get really upset about that you're not locking the door?
Yeah, he's really pissed. He doesn't want anybody coming in there. And I don't believe anybody would go in there except for this one person. Whatever they want, they're gonna get it.
So at what point were you talking about that tonight? Very angry timeline.
Before I even got on work, while he was off. Oh my God.
So Ryan, when I said that you and I have talked before, I think, and I don't know if
You called my dad's phone.
what's that?
I think you called my dad's phone.
Well, I deal with all the domestic violence stuff here.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's been once or twice that we've talked. But essentially there was, if I remember correctly, there was some knife play that was involved in that situation.
Yeah, I had a bunch of cuts on myself.
And refresh my memory, I guess, how that happened.
During we were really fucked up sexual experience on some drugs.
Okay. Thank you for your honesty. I know it, I'm sure it's not easy to talk about.
Just waiting for you guys to arrest me for being gay or something. Some drugs.
Nope.
Bullshit drugs.
Nope.
I really just need to call my dad and call his mom, please, sir.
So here's the difficult question that I was going to ask you just a little bit ago. Is it possible that something similar happened tonight?
Maybe.
You know, where you said that when I brought up the knife situation, you said you had a strange sexual experience.
You can test my blood right now. I'm on no drugs except for weed and booze.
Okay.
That's it. No, nothing to do with that. I literally came home, by that.
Okay. So, just so I'm straight, it wasn't an argument between you two, or it wasn't a sexual encounter between you two that caused the scissors?
What do you mean by that? Oh my god. What do you mean by that?
Well, I have to ask, you guys have had a tumultuous relationship, and coupled with, so, you know, I have to ask you if you were the one that stabbed Ryan tonight.
Oh my fucking god, no.
Okay?
No.
Okay. Forgive me, I have to ask.
It's crazy boys. Whatever. Oh my god. I'm telling you.
If you look at it from my perspective, you know, it's something that I have to ask.
I understand that. This is so crazy. I really just want to go call my dad and get a hug from my dad, and I need to call his mom, please. Can I please try to call my dad again?
Yeah. Yeah, give us a minute and we'll be right back, okay? And then we'll see where we go. Need some more to drink? Okay. I'll get you a bottle of water.
Fuck!
Okay, Ryan, here's some water for you. Okay. And then, what I'm going to have you do is, I got to collect your clothes. And here's some hospital scrubs that you can put on.
Am I being arrested right now?
Not right yet. But we're sorting through things.
Oh my
Like
god,
I said,
for real?
Same situation as your hands. You know, if there's the suspect's blood on your clothes, then we want to collect that as well. So,
Yeah. It's fucking bleeding when I get home.
yeah. So why don't you go ahead and
Let me call my dad, please.
yep, let's get these on, then you can make a call.
How about the other way around, please? Please.
Well, I gotta have the clothes.
I understand this. Can I please
Yep.
try to get a hold of my dad?
Yep. As soon as you get these on, then you can make the call.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can fucking do this.
What's that?
You gotta give that to my buddy.
I don't know, and
Oh
that's what
my
we're
God.
trying to sort out.
Get some socks. I have really stinky feet. I'm sorry. This guy don't work. He needs to get no socks on. It smells horrid. Please get a pair of socks, please. Please.
Oh, I think we have some booties. Can you get some?
Seriously thinking of the one that did this. Oh my fucking god, I'm telling you. You're my Bubba. Just empty my pockets too.
Is there stuff in your pockets that you need?
I have my ID.
Okay. Why don't you just
my shoe.
okay? Just sit
$5.
set that up here on the counter for me.
I need to call my dad. Please.
Did you find something?
They're grabbing something.
It smells really bad. I just want to go through my Bubba.
Okay.
Please.
Here's put the shirt on. Nothing in your shorts pockets there.
Please have that.
What is it?
Just take your shorts off.
Nope, leave those on.
He went and bought me breakfast this morning. Please can we call me?
Yep. What was the phone number again? I just need your signature here. That's the Miranda thing that we read to you earlier. Your rights. Okay. All right. Did you get your water?
Yeah, we're just gonna have to call my. Just try to call my dad again.
Yeah, I did. I just did, and it went to voicemail. Called your mom, went to voicemail. So.
Okay. One more.
I'm good. Just have a seat for me.
Oh my god. I need a bubba right now.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
I need a bubba. I need a bubba. Bubba.
Can you think of anything else that Ryan told you when you got home?
What?
What's that?
He just kept talking about those trips being caught. And he kept saying he was fine. He was fine. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god.
So, Ryan, how do you think this happened? Because from what the other officers said that were inside the apartment, they said that there's a substantial amount of damage inside the apartment.
Like what?
Stuff is broken.
Like what?
Some glasses, furniture type stuff, pictures. Just looks like something happened inside.
I know I knocked the fucking. I knocked the shit off the sink. I'm trying to find a rag.
Okay.
I know when he fucking was laying on the floor in the kitchen. And he said it's fine. I was like, I need him to Michael's and use the phone. I scrambled through the fucking.
There was a sponge on the floor too, almost like it. Were you thinking about cleaning up some of it?
I'd used a sponge and it was cleaning up their blood to see where the wounds were.
Oh, on him?
Yes.
Okay.
And he said he was fine. He's like, I'm fine. I told him I need to go to Michael's and I kissed him. And he kissed me and that's how I got the blood on my face. And so I'd be right back and I was only gone for 15 minutes.
Did you ever ask? Did you say who did this? Did you ever ask?
Yes!
But he couldn't say or he didn't say?
He said it was David. Oh my fucking god, I've said this 6 times.
I don't think we've heard that. We've heard you believe it's David.
He said, my pills and my strips are gone, and David's gone. I know it's fucking David. I want to go take care of this on my own, and I know I'm not supposed to tell you guys that. Della Rosa. Della Rosa. D-E-L. La Rosa. La Rosa. Della Rosa.
Okay, Ryan, why don't you have a seat here? So, I learned a couple other things here that I wanted to talk with you about.
Yeah.
Ryan's mom has been contacted, and she's here in town.
Fuck.
Okay, Wanda called her. So,
Good.
so here's. I wanted to back up just a little bit, if we could. And initially, you told the other officers that you saw David there fighting
I
with.
never said I saw Dave fighting there with him.
Okay.
Never have I said that.
Okay. And again, why do you think it was David that did this?
He's come after us so many times.
Just a few minutes ago, you said that your husband actually identified Dave.
He said Dave's gone now. And all my strips and all my tabs are gone. And I tried to like compress him on the chest. And I held him up and he was bleeding and he was bleeding. And I put the sponge on him and then wiped the one on his chest and like covered off the blood and seen that it was a scrape and compressed him on his chest.
Where did you leave him?
What do you mean?
When you went to call 911, where did you leave him at?
He was sitting in the fucking living room, posted up against the center beam in the wall, like by the kitchen.
Did anybody else see you cut your finger at work tonight?
Richie, and Dylan Wall, and Richie.
Okay. And what happened to the Band-Aid? You said that Ryan put a Band-Aid on it for you. And
It came off with my vinyl gloves because I put vinyl gloves on like 100 pairs of fucking night.
so, what's Ryan's mom's name?
Then, Rusman.
Okay. So, when the officers talked to Lynn over there at the apartment, she said that when she got the call from Wanda, she had Ryan's dog. She'd been babysitting Ryan's dog.
No, he doesn't have a dog.
Okay.
There's no dog.
Okay, so why would she tell us that?
Can you ask the dog's name? Ask her the dog's name. Because Ryan's dog's name was Moose, and it died 2 years ago.
Okay.
So unless it's still in the freezer at her house, she has no dog. Ask her again.
Okay. And then the other thing she said is that she went over to David's house, woke him up in Libby, and asked if he could watch Ryan's dog for him.
Ryan doesn't have a dog. The only dog that he might have would be a dog named Lola that lives at his dad's property that Ryan does not take care of.
Well, obviously, if it's at his mom's place,
It's not though. Like, ask the name of this dog. Is it Lola or is it Moose? Moose is dead and it's buried at his dad's house. Lola has full of tumors and has lived at his dad's house since the day I met Ryan. Lola has never been to, Lola's been to his mom's house for maybe 4 days since the time I've entirely known him. We took Lola from the property down there. This is so crazy. Oh my gosh.
My point is,
Oh
is
my
that
goodness.
his mom woke David up, who was in Libby.
Sleep. What do you mean?
I'm saying that it's
David was just up here like 2 days ago.
okay.
We just sold him a bunch of fucking pills. Just sold him a bunch of fucking Lord tabs. Excuse me, like, we sold him a bunch of fucking Lord tabs. It's in that ago.
And what day was that?
It's today.
Today is Sunday.
It's our day off. Wednesday.
literally just sold him like $100 fucking pills.
$100 isn't very much, is it?
$5 a tab, yeah. Oh my god.
So Ryan, the time frame for David to be back in Libby, asleep, it's kind of confusing,
It is probably confusing.
right?
I know.
Over and above that, your neighbor lady said that she heard a fight going on over there at the apartment. And then Wanda was able to get that one camera to work, and you're seen on the camera.
Yeah,
Okay.
my back screens are popped.
But David isn't seen on the camera.
Okay.
Ryan, I can see that you're truly upset about all this,
It's
which
fucking
makes
crazy.
me think that you really
So
care.
crazy.
You really care about your husband,
Oh my god.
right? Is that right? You really care about him, right?
You asking that because I'm gay, or you asking that
No.
because I'm fucking married?
No, it has nothing to do with you being gay. I'm asking you because I can see your emotion is real, and that you're upset. So what we want to figure out is what happened, because I don't think it was something out of hatred towards your husband. So we got to figure out what happened.
I didn't fucking do anything. I got home late, and the door was open, and there was blood on the fucking the patio thing by the stairs, and he went in and he was posted up in the fucking living room barfing, and he had scissors sticking out of his tummy somewhere in here. Oh my god.
One of our officers on scene also, he saw the fork marks in your chest. He thought that those were actively bleeding, or something may have just happened inside, which caused that to bleed. And we've spoken a little bit about your sexual activity and how things can get carried away and how you guys like to do that.
No.
We're trying to paint a picture for myself of how could this have happened. But you're the one that has to fill in the blanks for us, because we have a lot of.
Did you guys find the pills in the drawer by the fucking, by the stove? To the left of the stove. That's where all our pill stash is. That's where all our fucking Suboxones are. That's where all our fucking methadone tabs are. That's where our fucking Narcan should be. That's where.
So tell me about that. Why should we be looking for that?
She woke up, Dave.
Yeah.
I don't believe. I do not believe.
Why would she lie about it?
Because I can't think of anybody else who, like, fucks with us more than Dave does.
Okay.
Yeah, aside from this homeless girl that we've, like, kicked out of our life.
Okay.
And, I can't think of one person who would be fucking with us more than this person. Oh my god. Ask her the name of that fucking dog. She just left over.
And I don't want you to get sidetracked and focused
No,
on that.
it's totally fine. This is so crazy. You guys are totally all over me for this. And
Well, we're not,
Rad.
but
this is just fucking rad.
you're our greatest source of information right now.
How many times has Wanda got on the camera that our back screen's been popped?
I don't know.
How many times has the front screen's been popped? Like,
Have you talked to her about that?
I'm not supposed to even be on the property because it's Ryan, and we're not supposed to be cohabitating together because I'm not on the lease. And she's strict about the lease. So sometimes I'll stay with her, sometimes I'll go to Mamaville and Poppy Kim's or stay on the street.
sometimes you'll stay with her, you said?
Him, I'll stay there at her property. I'll go to Papa Bill, Mom, and Kim's, or I'll stay on the fucking street.
Where did they live at?
Mama Bill, Papa Kim,
Yeah.
Battle Ridge Drive, about 3 miles. And walk up 2 miles and cut across the wheat field right there.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
So because of the time of day, one of the things that we're gonna have to figure out is, some of the folks that you've worked with, and the people at the Gold Dust, and
Yeah, sure.
we'll be talking to those folks to see what's going on.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
One thing that and I'm trying to be completely honest here with you, because that's the way that we work through these situations, okay? Does that make sense? That, you need to be honest with us, we need to be honest with you, there's no sneaky business, no trickery, none of that
You know what?
stuff.
Take my blood and see what kind of drugs I do, because I don't do any of those fucking drugs. I literally just smoke pot and drink a lot.
Okay. But you said you sell one?
So catch my two now.
No, I'm just trying to get an accurate
Accuse
picture.
me of fucking doing something to my fucking partner, and then accuse me of fucking drug dealing too. Like,
Well, you're the one that said that we sold more tabs to.
I don't deal with fucking pills, or like pills aren't my thing.
Okay.
Like, not my thing. I let Ryan fucking hustle his own shit.
Okay.
The reason we keep having to ask questions is because we have all these blanks in our investigation, and right now, you're the only source that can fill those blanks in. And from what it looks like, the only somewhat of a lead we have from you is David, right? Of what you think it would be, but there's an issue with that,
I
with him
understand
being
that.
asleep and living.
So,
So what's it starting to look like?
I don't fucking know. You guys.
So, where did the knives that were in the bathtub come from?
Which one?
Well, there's apparently a couple of them in the bathtub.
Okay.
Tell me about that.
You've probably been there for a while.
Okay. Why are they there?
We're involved in some really fucking dirty sex, okay?
How does Ryan sleep? What does he wear when he sleeps?
Sleep naked next to me.
So, and
Kind of hungover, and you guys are like accusing me of killing my fucking partner, and this is fucking crazy. You guys are just fucking hinting to this and hinting to this and hinting to this, and it's so fucking crazy.
so Ryan, tell me why it's so crazy. Given your guys' relationship, there's been physical violence in the past, drug usage, drinking, jealousy. why is that thought so outrageous? You know, other couples, whether they're same sex or different sex couples.
Married on Wednesday, we're filling out our passports right now. We're tied in for a honeymoon. Like, we're not like that. Like, we're two dudes that were in love. Oh my God. Where's my Bubba?
And I don't doubt any of that.
Where's my Bubba?
Tell me the best thing about Ryan.
The smell, his pug skin on his head. His silly crooked teeth that are all gapped out. Nothing behind his canines. Like, how he gives bad blowjobs. Then we give the best foot rubs every fucking night. Every fucking night. No matter if we fucking were so ticked off or if we were just like drunk as skunks. I got the best foot rubs from him. Every fucking night. 3 years.
So, a little bit back, you said that on Wednesday or Thursday, you guys sold some pills to David. But prior to that, you told me that you were trying to hide out from David. That's why you didn't have phones. That's why you weren't on Facebook, any of that stuff, because you didn't want any contact with him.
Do not, and it's been a reoccurring issue. He keeps interjecting himself into our lives. He knows where we live. He knows all this shit about us because he's an internet nerd.
So is it that you don't want contact with David, or both of you didn't want contact?
He was only interested in money. Tried to beat up this homeless girl like a month ago. Siren. She's a pink-haired punk rocker homeless girl.
Yep, I know her.
And she kept trying to sell fucking meth to us. And Ryan called her out. And they had a long battle. Like, we went on for days. She'd show up at the rivals, and she's not allowed in the rivals at the casino. On the property, and she'd still fucking hang out at Albert's or Arby's, and she'd always be over there at the Gold Dust when we'd get there, and she'd still have words with him. All he was just trying to do was stack money.
Did he owe anybody money?
I don't think so. Maybe his homegirl Casey. I'm left out of that relationship. Some of the relationships I didn't take part in. No. God. I need her brother. I thought burning your Michael would be quicker. No. No.
So tell me more about the drug stuff.
Oh my gosh. He's going.
And I told you I tried to. We'll give it a little bit and maybe he'll be up as it gets a little later in the day. And I tried that too, bud. Well, he said Lynn lied to us.
Unless she's got Lola, which is new information, she's not have Ryan's dog. Ryan's dog is dead. It's buried on his dad's property.
Okay. And like I said, that's kind of
Okay.
small issue in the whole deal.
I understand that. Like, it probably the hound dog with tumors, and it's probably staying with her because she's lonesome and the cat's fucking nice and she's locked in her fucking trailer. She has no light. Got fleas, like. Oh my god. He's gonna be the house.
So, tell me more about the siren situation.
It's protected over me. We love it. We love it. Oh my god. You'll be at the house. You'll be at the house.
Why do you think that Ryan told you that David had left?
I think they have another pill deal coming up. Because the first of the month just happened and not in re-ups. On the first or the second or the beginning of every month is re-ups. You test my blood, I'm not into that shit.
How long do you think it was from the time that Ryan got home till when you got home?
Minutes maybe. About 30 minutes. I don't know. I'm fucking hammered. I seen all this blood, and I fucking tried to snap into it, and he was rough. It was rough, you know. I need to pop up right now.
What earlier I asked you what the best thing about Ryan was, and you told me a few things.
It's good.
What's the worst thing about Ryan?
It's addicted to pills and don't do anything to get a pill.
Did he leave the gold dust by himself tonight?
Yeah, I think so. I don't recall leaving with him. If we did, we went to the Michaels and then we separated, but they closed the gold dust down. I know that. Tana was there. I think Marshall went to there. Miranda. It's just a blur. I haven't been drinking a lot for a couple of weeks. I'm going to start drinking again a couple of days ago.
Seems like when that happens is when you guys have some issues.
No, not true.
Each time I've talked with you,
Each
both of
time
you
talk
have
to me,
been intoxicated. here's my other concern is that when I've talked to you in the past, initially I got one story and then the story changed. You know, I think with the knife situation, you claimed that Ryan did it to you, and then after that you said you did it to yourself. So I'm trying to figure out what's the truth and what's not.
No, I understand.
If you can help me with that, help me sort through. Well, he's gone. I think, Ryan, I think certainly I would understand if you were to tell me that this whole tragic situation was an accident.
No, it's not.
Not right now.
Why not?
Because I got to get to the bottom of this. You know, and I don't mean to be rude with you, and I don't mean to be abrupt, but I don't think you're being completely truthful with me. I think that probably you guys had an argument. And I think because of the alcohol consumption and maybe some other factors, things got way out of hand.
Wrong. You're so wrong for that.
Okay. Well then, help me figure out what's going on here. You know, it's not David. We've determined that.
Okay.
So help me figure out what took place. If it's not you and it's not David.
We literally separated at Gold Dust or Michael's. He walked home. I went into Michael's and bought more food.
And your neighbor lady confirmed that Ryan came home first. She was outside. She saw him come in first. And then
I came home and seen blood on the patio thing, and the door was open, and I went in, and he was bleeding, and he was sitting there against all the laundry, against that wall that separates the kitchen from the living room.
somebody at one point told me that you had claimed you tried to resuscitate him.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me about that.
He started barfing a lot. And the blood was like all over, like out the back of his head. And I just pulled the scissors and I put the sponge and I wiped his chest and I held it on that. He had a wound on his chest and I held it over it and I was holding him. And he kept coughing and I was breathing into him and he said he was fine. And I ran over to Michael because it was the first thing I could think of. I'm sorry, it was like half fucking intoxicated, half stoned, like.
So if you were that out of it, how do you know you didn't do that?
I know. What question is that, dude?
It's a legitimate
I
question.
guess so. Because I love my husband so fucking much, and I want him.
I don't doubt any of that, Ryan. I don't doubt any of the stuff that you're telling me, that you say you saw the blood, you had a cut on the back of his head, you pulled the scissors out, you put the sponge on there. I don't doubt any of that stuff.
Because I remember walking home, I remember like seeing this stuff, I remember fucking talking to Ryan, like panicking, and like, what do I do? He said, go call for help. And I was like, do I call my mom? I said, call your dad. Like, fucking, he was fine. Like, he was fine. He was barfing, and he was fine. And I left the sponge with him, and I ran to fucking Michael's. I put on that tiki shirt, I put on the shoes, and I ran to fucking Michael's. No.
Okay, so tell me why you had to put a shirt and your shoes on.
I was laying around, I was panicking, I didn't have shoes on, so I slid my shoes on. And the tiki shirt I was already wearing, it was unbuttoned, and I took it off when I got there. And I ran up to him. And I didn't know what to do. Like, I didn't know what to fucking do. I've never seen this shit before. It was just bleeding from the back of his head really bad. And I pulled those scissors out of his tummy.
Yeah. So what
And
caused the fight?
We had no fucking fight.
I think we're getting there, Ryan. I think we're getting to the...
There was no fucking fight. We were totally on point.
Okay.
He went home. He was gonna shower so we could go fuck. And he was gonna start a movie. And I turned on, put a pot pie in for us. And I told him I'd get him jerky and some more Mountain Dew. And I didn't get Mountain Dew. I got tea instead. And his rainbow strips, his rainbow gummy strips that he really loves.
Mm-hmm.
And was frustrated as shit. We just smoked a bowl out of a can out by on the walk between Rivals to the gas station or to the Michaels. Maybe call my dad. My dad needs to know about this. Please.
Yeah, we'll try in a little bit. So, explain this to me. You show up at home, there's blood on the landing there, the door is open, you decide to take your shoes and your shirt off.
Like, keep my fucking shoes off. Yeah. I always take them off.
Okay.
Right there in the fucking, I take them off all the fucking time before I go down the stairs.
Okay.
Steep fucking feet. I take my shoes off.
Okay. So did you have your shoes off when you walked in the house?
Yeah, I put them right by the television set. The television set was knocked down. Everything was knocked down. And it was just like becoming more and more apparent. Like, oh, shit's fucked up. Oh my god, the bed's not made. Oh my god, like, you're not moving.
Okay. So where did you take your shoes off at?
Front, the steps.
Before you went down the steps?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, just like on the second step, and I took my shoes off and seen all the blood and ran in. The shirt was already unbuttoned. I guess it wasn't off, it was already unbuttoned. And it's that nasty little tiki shirt.
So Ryan.
Yeah.
I gotta call BS on that.
Okay.
Okay? Because I watched you wash the bottom of your feet.
What?
You just washed the bottom of your feet with that cabbie wipe I gave you when you took your shoes off.
Yeah.
There was no blood on your feet. There's
Yeah.
no bloody footprints in the...
Yeah, I know.
Okay. So, if you took your shoes off, you didn't have socks on.
Yeah. I had black socks on that have, like old man ducks on them. They're like old man polo socks.
Okay. So you had those on when you walked through the blood.
I walked into the apartment and seen that the bed was not made, the TV's down, and I thought Ryan was just drunk and laying there. And then fucking everything was coming like apparent.
But obviously you said you saw the blood outside.
When I was sitting there and I took off my shoes and it was just like oh my god.
Okay. There's no footprints in the blood.
Okay.
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 So I don't get it.
What?
How do you walk through blood and not put any footprints in there?
So did you see the blood out there?
Yeah.
Okay. So I didn't walk over that shit. It was drops everywhere.
Okay.
Like,
So how did you get in the house then?
pulled the rest of the door open, went in, just like I always do. Dropped my shoes right there, seen what was going on, grabbed the sponge, tried to like fix what I could and help him, and I plugged up his fucking, the scissor hole. I didn't know how much blood was coming from the back of his fucking head. Like it was just like wet, and he was posted up there, and he had barfed, and I was like, what do I do? What do I do? Do I call my dad? Do I call 911? Say, call your dad. Maybe
What did you do with the rubber gloves that you were wearing at work?
Oh, the white ones that were in my pocket. They gave them to me at Michael's because the guy knows I have HIV. So he made me put on a glove and then put one on my ear so I could use the telephone.
Okay. You said that you had cut your finger at work.
Yeah.
Put a Band-Aid on, and you switch out
Ryan put the
latex
Band-Aid
gloves.
Vinyl gloves, not latex.
Okay. Where did they go?
In the garbage.
Okay. So if we go over and search the garbage, we're gonna find vinyl gloves with the Band-Aid in it?
Yeah.
Okay. And where does the garbage go from inside? What do they do with it? What's the standard practice?
To the dumpster right up back.
Okay. And who takes that out?
Closing crew, me.
Okay. And you took the trash out?
Yeah. Ryan might have helped do some dishes, and Richie might have taken out some garbage tonight.
Okay.
A little bit inebriated.
Okay. Do you remember what color the garbage bag is?
It's a black and clear one.
Okay.
This is, let's see. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Okay, I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Really just gonna point the finger at me now.
I'm not pointing the finger, but I'm trying to eliminate you, and every time I try and eliminate you, more stuff comes up.
How so?
Well, like I said, with the taking the shoes off type of thing, and
Yeah.
you know, no footprints in the blood, and then you
Are
know,
there shoe prints in the blood?
not that I saw,
Okay.
you know, that you had to put your shirt and shoes back on, then all of a sudden, well, it was just unbuttoned, and you didn't really have it off, and you know, you know, it's just more variations of things.
And I understand that. Like, I was pretty intoxicated at the time, and so like this is like I'm like sobering up right now, and this is more and more like just coming to clarity too.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
Definitely. Please just call me dad. He said after we talked,
Yeah, I said when it got a little later in the day, when possibly he's up, then we'll call.
please.
The stuff that you bought at Michael's, where did that end up at?
Should be in the living room.
Okay.
Throw it on the bed or throw it next to the TV or something.
Okay.
It's in the sleep. Might be on the counter.
How did you pay for that stuff?
Food stamp card.
Okay. And did I don't think that was in your property,
But
the food stamp card?
my wallet not there.
No.
And not in my pants.
Is it yours or Ryan's?
Mine.
Okay. Nothing. What's that?
Yeah, check one.
What's that?
Work check's not in there.
Nope.
Bubba, what the?
some pictures of you. Your hands and your hands up. And then, hold that. Cut nothing. And then what about the marks on your chest? Those are wrong. So no. I want to know what you should be telling me. You're pretty confused about that? Yeah, I am. Okay. Ryan died. Yeah, I know. Yeah, please. Yeah. So that's why you're being detained. That's what we're investigating right now. Oh my God.
Bubba.
No, why don't you have a seat there for me? I sent somebody over to Riles there, and they talked with a gal that's over there now. I don't remember her name, but I also had somebody dig through the trash over there, and they said, "Yeah, we found all kinds of rubber gloves over there, but none with any blood or cuts or band-aids in them or anything like that." So, and then they said that there's surveillance video of all the workstations in the back, that we can take a look at and see what we see there. So, I guess my question is, I don't want to jump to conclusions, and I don't want to, wrongly accuse you of anything. But we're going to do our homework, and we're going to look at all those things and try and figure this stuff out, and I don't know, the stuff just isn't quite adding up.
Okay.
What's that?
Both of them are like both fucking right.
Well, give me an alternative, we discounted David, because he's in Libby.
Okay.
If you have another viable option, then I'll run with it. I think you probably know him best out of anybody.
I know that he's been getting back into drugs. I know that he went on a drug run with someone today that he works with. or yesterday.
Who was that? Well, if it means the difference between
Absolutely. And her name's Jacqueline. She works in the casino, and we went somewhere for like an hour and a half yesterday, last night.
what time was that?
Seven. Important stretches, I think. And then he was gone again for a few hours and he comes back. He had some bud. He was all happy because he had a pocket full of pills. He had a pint of whiskey. We met up behind the rivals where the cameras don't meet, but with like 4 other people, and we smoked some pot. He was telling me everything, and I got called back in. So the ticket's printing. He put a Band-Aid on, and went down right then, while we were smoking a bowl. I took a bunch of shots of whiskey, smoked a bowl, kind of got a little crossfaded.
Where did you get the Band-Aid from?
It's in our pocket. We were in the kitchen, like rubber gloves, and it's in my pocket. Put on it. It's fucking crazy.
You didn't cut yourself at the house there? You see why I'm struggling here? Is every time
I had a really heavy drinking night, and so a lot of my clarity is kind of fucked up. And
earlier, excuse me, I asked you about that. And you said that yes, you had been drinking, but you certainly recalled, going home and seeing him there, so you know that you didn't do it.
yeah,
You can say that for 100%.
100%. 100%.
Okay.
I love my Bubba so much. And I know we bicker sometimes, married couples. No, this is so crazy. This is beyond crazy right now.
Can you think of a time ever in the past where you guys have physically fought and somebody got hurt?
March or February, I think.
Okay. What was the circumstance then?
He was using pills, and I hadn't known about it. It sparked this. I stayed with him for the most part because I had moved out of my dad's to be with him
Okay.
again, and that's what it sparked it. And the neighbors had ended up calling because we were having a yelling match.
Okay. Did things get physical then?
A little bit. I mean, we push and shove. We don't hit. So we never hit. We push and shove, and then something nasty will get said, and one of us walks away.
Okay. It's all over friends, you said?
No, that's all our friends.
Oh,
They're so crazy.
Well, I've certainly seen it before where that level of passion can lead to, high levels of jealousy and stuff too.
else?
What about Dave?
He's just a psycho. He burned all my shit, he cut my brakes on my car, he stole my license plate, destroyed all my firefighting gear, destroyed all my lumberjack gear, like, he hacked into one of my phones, and posted all these nude pictures of me all over Pornhub, and I spent like a year trying to get those things reversed and taken down, like,
What did your sister have to say?
she's blowing me right now. She's going for a living, she asked me why I'm still being detained, like,
What did you tell her?
but because he asked Lynn if he being you, if Brian has a dog. He said no, his Moose is dead. And apparently she's watching his dog, which isn't even his, it lives in his dad's house. So it's a dog that he had, I guess, when he was little, but it stayed up in his dad's house for 8 fucking years. And because of that, like, that's your big one that you're like, whoa, you're a liar. Like, I'm not a fucking liar, like, I was pretty drunk. And this is like how I recall it. And
It's not about the dog, though.
I know, but that started you off, and it was just like from that moment on, like he's just been like doubting everything about me, and just like,
Well, it's about David, you know, and I don't care if she's watching a fish or a rabbit or a giraffe. I could give a rat's ass
I
about
understand
that.
that.
You know, it's the fact that you're pointing the finger towards David, and David's in Libby.
Okay. This guy also like wrapped a phone cord around Ryan's neck and choked him out while he was driving and like tried to kill him. But like this guy has totally like set fires to like our stuff. This guy cut the brakes to our car, like my car that we were both like staying in. So I mean, this is just like perpetual. And it's,
But yet, you saw him on Wednesday and sold pills to him.
I didn't, Brian did.
And why did you say we?
We, because we're an entity. He is my partner. Like his bank is my bank. My bank is his bank. When he makes money, we make money.
Earlier, when I asked you how you paid for the stuff at Michael's West, you said with your EBT card, and then I asked where that was at, and you said it should be in my pants pocket.
My wallet, yeah.
Okay. And there was no wallet in there, or
Somewhere in the house.
okay. Explain to me how, you know, once you were at the house, why would your wallet and your paycheck and all that stuff be out of your pants pocket?
So I was panicking. I unloaded my pockets looking for like anything to help. Like he's bleeding. I was looking for anything in my pockets. Like I don't know. I was pretty fucking drunk at the time, and I was panicking, and I'm trying to like get into like help gear, and like he was throwing up this brown shit, and he said he was fine, and go call your dad, go call your mom, like call for help. So like instead of running next door, like because that would get us kicked out of the apartment to wake up someone next door. I don't know, 2 in the morning, that would get us kicked out. So I did what I have been conditioned for, is not to make sounds in that apartment and get the fuck out and run to Michael's. And I ran as fast as I could over to Michael's, show up there. I don't know what time I showed up there because I had just been there right now, like a half an hour prior, if that. And then used the phone. He made me put on a glove, put a glove on my ear, or put a glove on the earpiece. Call my dad, call my mom, call the hospital. She said, well, you need to like make sure he's like breathing, like da. Leanne, Lynette gave me some advice, and then I ran home to make sure that he was good, and that's when he was unconscious or non-responsive, and I ran to the fucking neighbors and pounded on the fucking walls, both houses, pounded the landlord, the neighbor, older Jean came out. She gave me her phone. I called 911. Like I was trying to fucking keep him like resuscitated. Like I don't know what to fucking do. Like I was panicking. I was slapping his face, like trying to resuscitate him. Like I was pushing on his chest. The shower was running. There was shit coming out. There was fucking blood all over. Like this is fucking crazy. So fucking crazy.
You guys have any kind of surveillance in your apartment?
I don't think so. Not that I know of. We're not like we're afraid to tell Wanda that like the house has been broken into because we think we're gonna get kicked out, or he thinks he's gonna get kicked out. I'm just kind of a side attachment to that. So we didn't tell her about the fucking back screens being out, the blinds being the blind that keeps getting broken and replaced. Like all of our fucking tools are missing. Like, everything keeps fucking going away, and we go to rebuy TV, rebuy fucking all this shit. Like restock our fucking weed, our bongs, like all of it. Half our fucking clothes are missing, and it's just like okay, we're gonna deal with this like on our own. We walk from Rivals home a lot together, and like we'd hold hands or something through the parking lot. We'd get a lot of fucking shit, like as you can imagine. And it was 2 weeks ago. He was really scared about somebody figuring out where he lived. This guy lived 2 apartment complexes over. I always see him with siren over at the bins, like the thrift store bins. At like 2 in the morning when we're walking home. And this was the time that he was like, I can't let anybody see where we live. And that's the only time he's mentioned shit like that. And I know that he's been diving deeper into like pills, I know he's been diving deeper into fucking patches, I know he's been diving deeper into fucking trading speed for fucking other things. Like this shit doesn't piss me off, it just lets me down. I feel let down.
Did he have any kind of, how did he keep track of who owed him what? Does he write it down, or does he
My knowledge.
on his computer, or
I haven't seen that computer run for a while.
does he advertise stuff anywhere? Craigslist or any of that stuff? Earlier when you were telling me that he was trades this for that and that for this, and you said trade speed for, and then you stopped. Do you ever trade sex for drugs?
You know, you just wanted to file him right in front of me.
What's that?
You just wanted to file him in front of me.
No, I want to get to the bottom of
I
it,
understand that.
you know.
I understand that.
And if there's somebody that, you know, who would have motivation to do this to him, you know. And it's a reality. I know it happens. I don't know if he does that or did that, but you know that's why I have to ask the question. I'm sorry, and
Yes,
you don't mean
yes.
to
Yes.
be insensitive.
I understand. And I'm just frustrated, I'm confused, I'm really tired.
Sure.
I'm fucking crushing right now, and I just want to hug from my dad. And I really want to go see my Bubba, and I really want to talk to Ryan's mom.
Well, let me. I gotta run up here quick. Let me see if I can get you a blanket and you can lay down there for a few minutes. Get you a couple winks.
Can I get some water too, please?
Yep. Well, here's some water for you. Yeah. And then this thing kind of turns into a sleeping bag. So you can lay on the floor or bench or wherever you want to. Just a little extra padding, I guess. I'll give that to you. We're working on that. We're gonna serve the search warrant over there, and I'm imagining that if you can't be over there, where would you go to?
My dad's.
Okay.
I mean, like, probably not allowed there because the landlord knows everything.
Yeah. Eventually, you'll have to go there and get your stuff, and so. Yeah. Okay.
That's for sure.
Yep. Go ahead, and there's some water if you need the restroom.
There was a long distance code because she's in this little phone number.
Oh, okay. It's 687. Okay.
Do I have the
Dial 9, and then dial the number, and I'll give a tone beep, then dial 687. Yep.
Oh my god. I gotta let you go right now. I want to. I will talk about it. Bye.
Alright. You need to make a few phone calls.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So, I went back over to the apartment there and took a look at things and talked to some of your neighbors. And so one of the things that I didn't really search. I just went in there to kind of familiarize myself with where everything was at. I didn't see those scissors that you were talking about laying anywhere out in the open, I guess. Can you tell me when you found Ryan and the scissors he was stabbed with the scissors?
You were like poking in his tummy right here.
Okay. So obviously scissors have two blades on them where they cut. Tell me how it was poked into him.
Well, it was just like laying right there.
Okay.
Like it just like the tip was in there.
Okay.
And like he was just posted up against the wall, like by the kitchen.
Okay. And were the blades together or were they apart?
I don't recall.
So look at my fingers. Were they like this?
Yeah, I
or
was
like that.
I don't recall. It just became like a whirlwind so fast.
Okay.
Did it look like there was much blood on the scissors?
Fuck. I don't know, like. I just remember the blanket grabbed him and there was so much blood behind his head.
Okay.
And that's when I just started panicking and panicking.
Okay.
And he said, like, he's fine. Like, go call for help.
So, Ryan, when we talked a little bit earlier, you got kind of upset with me because I, was asking questions that would lead you to believe that I was accusing you of causing this. Okay. And I talked with I talked with two neighbors, and one of the neighbors told me that they heard an argument. Well, what they thought initially was somebody moving furniture around because there was so much racket going on downstairs. And then they heard people arguing, and this was the specific conversation that they heard. One person said, "I can't believe you stabbed me." The other person said, "Oh yeah? Well, you stabbed me with a fork." And then they said, "Are you having trouble breathing? Are you okay?" And the neighbor said, "Then I knew something more serious was going on." The argument kind of ensued a little bit longer, then it was quiet, and then a short time later, another argument happened where she heard yelling going on, and
That's when I got back and I was pounding on all the doors.
okay. So, who has stab marks from a fork? So I think we need to have a little more truthful conversation.
I am being truthful about this. This is a few days ago. This is during our creepy sex acts that we did.
And I'm not saying that it happened last night. I'm just saying that obviously somebody in that apartment was talking about being stabbed, and then the other person said, "Well, yeah, but you stabbed me with a fork." And I think the average person would conclude that that was probably you and Ryan talking.
Well, no, because I wasn't there for any of this. I saw came in and seen Ryan like this. This is so fucking crazy.
Did Ryan have any health issues?
Mm-hmm.
Did he have cancer? Did he have, brain tumor? Did he have, anything that would have, because of a stress-related thing, could he have had a stroke? I mean,
nothing in that nature that I know of.
Because this is what I'm thinking about is, based on what you've told me, some of the things that you guys do, I could easily see how you guys were engaged in something. Say he fell backwards, hit his head, got a concussion, and had some kind of pre-existing thing, and
Oh my god.
No,
I wasn't there.
Well, I don't believe that.
Okay.
Okay. When the neighbor tells me, I don't know how many people that Ryan is poking with a fork, but obviously the guy that's sitting in front of me has got marks on his chest from it. Where she would come up with that completely out of the blue.
I didn't bring it up. She's the one that brought it up. You know? So I'm trying to look for a reasonable explanation how this could have happened. You know? There's a number of things that happen in life that are absolutely 100% an accident. You know? And I mean, I'm certainly willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, and we can talk through it and try and figure out what happened. You know, I mean, ultimately, he's going to go down to Missoula for an autopsy, and that's going to give us some additional insight into what happened. You know?
Can I go down there with them?
No. No, because it's a criminal investigation.
Okay. My dad writes me down.
No. It's the medical examiner and the police, or the coroner. You know, a couple of things that I can tell is that he has blood on his feet, so that tells me he was up and walking around in the blood.
I tried to stand him up.
What clothes did you leave work in? What clothes were you wearing when you were at work?
The ones that you took.
Okay, that's what you wore at work?
I have a t-shirt in my locker that I wear while I'm cooking, but I switch out. I take that off and leave my grease shirt in my locker.
Okay. Because I saw some like light blue, like the color of those. What are those for?
Those are some we can wear them if we want. They're just our rivals' work shirts.
Okay.
If you want to wear them.
Okay. Who sleeps on? You guys sleep together on the bigger bed? And what's the folding bed for?
His mom comes up every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks. Okay. Stays for a few days and then goes back home.
Okay.
When we go.
And the box spring that was in the bedroom there, is there a reason why you guys have the mattress in the living room?
The TV gets better reception. Okay.
Okay. And where does the TV normally sit?
Just back in that cubby a little bit on top of this TV stand, this wooden TV stand. We had a bigger one that sat on the kitchen table, and that's gone. That was gone like 2 weeks ago. That got taken.
Okay.
Our back screen was popped off. A couple of the blinds were broken. I can't call the cops and be like, "Hey, my TV and my box of weed with a bunch of pills in it is missing." Jesus fuck. Alright.
Do you recall taking the scissors with you when you left the apartment?
No, I didn't take anything.
Okay. Did you, the neighbor lady that you borrowed the phone from then when you came back, did you call anybody other than 911 on her phone?
No, it was just like she kept trying to call 911, but I was panicking. I couldn't dial it, and I couldn't send it through.
And then I go into the apartment and he's just like not responsive.
Okay.
Jesus, fuck.
So if there was anything that you had to do over again from last night, what would it be?
Just gone home with him and not sat up and drank and followed him home with and not gone to the Michaels. Just be at his side through the whole thing. More water, please.
Yeah. Yeah. What were you guys arguing about
When
last night?
we were arguing, so
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just having a tough time figuring this out.
oh my god.
Well, I can get you some water.
I was supposed to call my dad one time, please.
Okay, well, we'll wait on that for right now. There you go. I brought you some candy. Somebody there at the place must have a sweet tooth.
Ryan.
What's that?
Ryan.
Yeah, did he like Starburst? Yeah, I saw some laying there, so. So Ryan, it's been my experience that when I deal with these situations, and unfortunately I've had to deal with a few in my career, that at some point we get to a juncture where, you know, we come to an agreement that on little things and then work our way through it. Okay? And I'm hoping that you and I can do that. Okay?
Yeah, I understand what you mean a little bit.
Okay. So, would it be correct for me to say that you guys, and I'm going to restate the obvious here just so I make sure I understand what you're telling me, okay? You guys were working together last night at Rivals?
No, he got his relief shift.
Okay, so you came in as he was finishing up?
Yeah.
Okay. And he hung out for a while until you finished up with work?
On and off, yeah.
Okay.
he said that he had left with Jacqueline, who is a co-worker, and you suspect they went and
went to Frugal's to go pick up some stuff.
okay. He said he got some pills and some weed and came back with a bottle of whiskey.
Yeah.
Okay. And you think they picked that up from Frugal's, somebody at Frugal's?
I don't know. I'm not gonna speculate for that.
Okay. So
he had gone home a few times while he was on shift because he packed a pipe and brought a pipe over. And then went back to the house. We smoked a can bowl like out of a can in the back with a bunch of people.
why would you do that if he had a pipe?
Because he went home and he took it back. It stinks in your pocket.
Oh, okay.
And then him and Dylan had left for a while.
Okay.
So I don't know. I was working like it was the busiest night we've ever had.
Okay. Did he tell you anything about an argument that he had with anybody else, or issues he was having with anybody else last night?
This guy that he sold pills to, he was trying to stick him. Kept like saying, "Hey, I'll meet you at the gold dust at such and such time." And Ryan came back, and then Pete just had through the back door of Brian Wilson's, but still hasn't shown up. Like Brian got all this shit fronted. That's literally like it. Everything else I know, like he's just we're having a great night. He was having a great night.
Okay. So, who was it that owed him money?
Some kid who got kicked out of the rivals not too long ago. It's one of Simon's friends.
Okay. Who fronted him the drugs?
I don't know. It's not really my area.
Okay. How did you know he got fronted the bill?
He was talking to me about it. They were working this honesty thing together. He was being honest about it. So I don't have questions for him, and
Okay. So here's my difficulty is that each time I go back and revisit something, there's more or different information that you're providing.
I don't mean to be providing that like it's just like recall, like I was in panic mode last night. After getting home, like it just became like a solid blur of panic. And
So even if I put all of the stuff that I know about your history aside with Ryan, I just can't get past what the neighbor told me. So how do I reconcile that? Okay. Even if somebody ripped him off on a drug deal, even if he owed people money, you know, who else is going to say, well, you stabbed me with a fork? And then the fact that you got fork marks on your chest.
we had a fight like 2 or 3 nights ago, and that's where I got them during our fight.
Okay? So let's talk about that.
Tell me about that.
We're having some weird sex. I got carried away. We were arguing. He was hurting me. He stabbed me in the chest with a fork a couple times.
Okay.
And then we ate up, made love. The last couple of days have been really swell with him. It was just hard when he works mornings and I work nights, but they've been just really fucking amazing. And they've just been getting better and better since I quit drinking for a while and I just picked up a few days ago. And it was just instantly just sad. Just a lot of depression. He wouldn't go to meetings with me or nothing.
Did you go to AA meetings then, or were you trying to?
Maybe a couple, maybe. My dad's really involved, so I usually just go meet with him and have a powwow with him.
Yeah. Were you angry with Ryan for all of his antics yesterday? You know, with while you were at work, him running around and doing all of his stuff?
No. I'm pretty content with him doing his own thing. As long as he doesn't bug me at work, it's better that he's running around than it's him sitting there pestering me every 20 minutes trying to get food or trying to come out and smoke a bowl with me or go take a shot, or I'm happier that he's running around with friends.
It kind of sounded like maybe that happened last night a little bit.
What?
All the things you were talking about, trying to get food, smoke a bowl, come have a shot.
It happened on a smaller scale than it had been, so it was improvement.
Okay. So when I said earlier that, you know, oftentimes when I'm looking into these circumstances, when we talk about things, you know, we usually can come to an agreement on certain stuff, and you know, I feel like, you know, the information that you provided about the fork situation, that's believable to me. You know, I mean, people argue sometimes and things happen, you know, then when we, you know, take a step back and all that stuff, and it's like, holy moly, what was I thinking? Why did I do that? Okay. Man, I'm sorry, you know. It wasn't as if Ryan intended to hurt you bad or any of that stuff. It was just a kind of heat of the moment type of situation, is the way it sounds to me. You know, with the fork deal.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Sure.
I think that if it was a situation where he wanted to really do some damage, you could have stabbed you in the eye with the fork, or, you know, gouged your face or something like that.
I've got a couple years of domestic violence from him that he's done to me. It's documented in Libby, it's documented in Portland, so it's been it's ever evolving. He's getting less crazier and less violent.
Okay.
I've got caseworkers that worked for a year and a half in Portland for domestic violence, and then Libby went through split my face open and they had to stitch it up. They wanted to press domestic violence charges. They said they took a bunch of photos and they would keep them on record.
Do you have a scar from that then? Right there? Okay. And how did that happen?
Threw a cup at me. Hit me in the head with the butt of a screwdriver. And this one is a piece of glass.
And what do you mean by a piece of glass?
A beer bottle.
Okay. I feel like we're getting closer to figuring out what happened here. How did you come up with that name? Papa.
That's what I call him. Day one. And Bubba.
What did he call you?
Day.
So if you think that if I was able to talk to Ryan right now, what do you think he would tell me?
What aspect? How great his day was at work, like how great it was for us to like hang out and like watch the sunset in the parking lot. Like, how much fun he had. Like, with Jackie going to Frugals, like him and Dylan drinking all that whiskey. Like, what?
I don't know, all of that. All of those things. What would he tell me to help guide this investigation?
Seeing people. There's no CD fucking clientele.
So here's another thing that puzzles me, I guess. He said that Ryan typically kept the door locked.
We always had one key, so he would lock it and I would unlock it. But I was the second to leave every day.
Okay.
So
So who had the key last night?
pretty sure he had the key last night. So I gave it to him before he got off of work.
Okay.
So he was running back and forth, back and forth.
Okay. So who would he have let in the apartment while he was in his underwear?
Quite a few people. We had people stopping by all the time.
He would answer the door and let people in his underwear?
No, he wouldn't lock it. We never locked the door while we're there. Like if we're there, he knock and open the door. Come in. Like,
What about privacy? I mean, it's not like you had the bed in the bedroom. You know, I mean, what if you're in the middle of something and somebody just knocked and walked in on you?
we'd usually take the mattress to the bedroom, but like every now and then we'll take it to the living room for a few days, watch the movies, put it back, clean up the house.
When was the last time the mattress was in the bedroom?
We watched the rest of this with households. No, we brought it up Thursday to watch the rest of Desperate Housewives.
Okay.
So we've been in the bedroom for a couple days.
So it's been in the living room since Thursday, or?
Yeah, we brought it up Thursday. Thursday morning we brought it out.
Okay.
We had the day off. He had to be at work at 10, so we just gotta watch a little bit of the show together.
When was it that somebody broke in the back window?
A few times.
The most recent time?
Over a week ago.
So it's Sunday now. So
Like over a week ago. I don't know the exact date of it. You can see all the. I'm pretty sure that screen's all bent up too.
So the reason I'm asking that is there's a shoe print on the windowsill, and then there's a shoe print on the plastic on the box spring.
Okay.
So if you brought the bed out on Thursday and it had been in there prior to that,
Maybe it's been out in the living room for over a week. I don't.
his mom comes, we'll bring it into the bedroom. She can sleep on the cot by herself in privacy. We'll move the chairs over to where the mattress is. And when she leaves, we tow it back out. This was last week,
So at some point during our conversation here, you told me that the plan was that Brian was going to go home, take a shower, eat a pot pie.
start making his pot pies. So we wanted jerky sticks and Mountain Dews and chocolate milks for dinner.
Okay.
I was like, I'll get some snackies, but I don't want to just live off Mountain Dew and chocolate milk and jerky sticks. We've been working all night, but I didn't need that work too much. Like,
Okay. And that you guys were gonna have sex then. Good. And so thinking back to what you had told me about the fork situation, and then if I couple that with what the neighbor heard,
I don't think she's accurate with it. She heard that the other day.
okay, did you stab Brian the other day? So why would somebody say, you stabbed me, and then the other person says, well, you stabbed me with a fork?
She's confused on these things. What happened 2 days ago.
Okay. But let me play this scenario through for you. If the fork situation happened 2 days ago, and then last night you guys start having sex, something goes wrong, you stab Ryan, and it happens a little harder than what you want, he gets upset with you, says, you stabbed me in the chest, and you say, yeah, well, you stabbed me with a fork. There's no time reference there, I guess.
Okay.
You know, I mean, that's an option, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's like the last argument we had, and that was like 2 days ago, so.
Okay, but what, I just asked you if you had stabbed him
No, it didn't.
2 days ago.
No.
Okay. So he hadn't been stabbed at all in the last 2 days, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, other than last night or this morning, and that's when she claims she heard it at between 2 and 2:30 this morning. So, coupled with, you know, the other neighbor saying that he heard you out there at about 4 this morning, screaming and yelling that you needed help and banging on the doors and.
Oh my god.
I went to Michael's and called. Like, my mom called my dad.
Yep.
If they're in the medical field, those are the first people that I always call.
Yep.
And then I called the hospital, and she told me exactly what to do. So I went back to go check on Ryan, and that's when he was unresponsive. And that's when I lost my shit and pounding on all the doors.
Sure.
I don't know the exact time frame of all that.
Yep. Yep. And all that adds up. You know what I mean? All that adds up. No, it's just what took place between you and him is where there's
I was
differing.
They're not panicking.
Before you were talking about how much you love him, and you know, I've been married 30 years to the same woman, and I would give my life for her, you know, I love her with every ounce of my being. But there is nobody on this planet that can push my buttons like she can, because she knows me the best.
My only fuck up was being drunk and panicking and leaving her parents. I should have carried them, or I should have ran across to the neighbor's door. I should have just. My first thought was get to the phone, and all I could think of was Michael's for the phone.
Okay. And again, Brian, I don't think that you did this purposefully. I don't think that, I mean, it sounds like it's something that you guys did as part of what you did, and something bad just happened. Certainly I can see how it could be an accidental situation. It's not like a situation where you laid in wait for somebody and, not that at all.
And you became a fucking partner. Well, that means every fucking else I
And again, I gave you the example of me and my wife. I love her too. But she can sure get my goat sometimes. And I'm not even saying that it was a situation where you were angry, I mean, but obviously something went wrong because there's, broken glasses in there. There's a picture off the wall. The
that
TV's
picture is always off the wall. The robin in the corner.
Yeah, but there's a bowl with blood on it behind it, laying on the floor. There's broken glass underneath it.
Underneath what?
The picture.
Okay.
I didn't flip it over. There's a bigger picture.
The big one in the corner.
It's laying on its face.
Yeah, happening all the commotion.
Okay. How did the bowl with the blood on it get behind it? And a broken beer glass. One over there by that picture. One over by where the TV stand is.
That was the front of the TV this morning. The Highlander glass, I think.
There's blood on the bed. There's blood on the floor on the clothes.
That's what they posted up right there on that pile of clothes next to the dirty clothes.
Yep.
That's when he was out barking.
Yep.
There was just so much blood pouring from the back of his head.
There's blood on the bed. How did that get on there?
See it.
It's on a blanket that was on the bed and then on the sheet.
Right on the bed.
I don't know. In the middle of the bed.
I left him right there in the kitchen.
And then there's
The rain got help. They moved to the shower completely, and it was on.
and again, I don't doubt that any of that stuff happened. It's just the circumstances prior to all that stuff. Prior to you going to Michael's, prior to you coming back, prior to you calling 911. That's what's not adding up.
There's cameras of him going. You can find him on the cameras, him going, and then me coming later
and I ran to Rivals first because I thought Rivals would be open. So I sprinted to Rivals across the Teletech parking lot and banging because Carlia was the closing bartender. This is all coming clear, and I remember banging on the door, trying for my security code. Nobody ran to Michael's, then ran home. And you can see me on the footage there outside of Rivals.
And again, you know, none of that changes any of what we've talked about. I'll give you a few minutes to drink some water if you want to lay down. Close your eyes. Oh, not right now.
Please.
No, not right now. All right, some more information. Okay. Do you or Ryan own a firearm? No? Do you know, is there a firearm in the house?
I think it's a pellet gun or something like that in the closet.
Okay. Whose is that?
Right.
Okay.
I mean, it's just a cartridge loaded BB gun or something.
Okay. Not a 22?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Because the guys at the scene said there's a 22 there and a spent shell casing.
Oh. Those are different.
Okay.
Those are different.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Those came from Bill's truck. Becky's truck. There's no firearm at all.
Okay.
There's bullet shells and bullet casing. There's bullets. We just have right there. It's the butt.
Okay.
I don't know. It's weird.
Okay. And who's Becky?
Becky's the first runners.
Okay. So tell me about the good luck thing.
It was just like, I think we were just collecting them of all sizes. There's a bunch in the storage where at his mom's. I just had a couple there, just different set of bullets. There's no firearms anymore. Like, just the 22 shell. And the 22 bullet in the shell.
Okay. And where would have that been located at? Where was it at in the house?
It would either be right next to the stove or in that drawer by the oven.
Conventional wisdom tells me this is the point in the interview where I become a real jerk to you and try and convince you to tell me the truth and pound on the table and all that stuff. It's not really how I do business. I don't think that it's going to be of benefit today.
Your whole writer passed away.
Oh.
That has to be you.
I don't yet. You know, I mean, I wasn't able to look at the back of them to see if there were any injuries on the back of them.
There's so much blood coming from his head.
So here's the thing with that. When I went over to the apartment and looked, there's a small amount of blood on the back wall, like that, and then some blood running down, which doesn't add up to what you're saying, that there was so much blood coming off of his head.
I just remember like reaching back there and looking him up, and that's where there's blood all over. Like that was right here.
Okay.
That's when I like freaked out.
Yeah.
And then he started barfing out stuff, and he said he was okay. Like, what should I do? He said, go get help. I'm like, who should I call? He said, call your dad. It was just like I didn't want to get us in trouble in the apartment. I didn't want to go knocking on the doors, and just like bringing to the first one I could think of. It was just, why goes Michael's back home? And,
You think there's a possibility that he fell down and hit his head? Tell me what you're thinking.
oh my god. He was fine, like right there, totally coherent and everything in the kitchen. God, I wonder if he was in the shower or something, because he wasn't in the shower, like he was in the kitchen when I left, and he was barfing in his pile of clothes. Oh my god.
But he already had the cut on the back of his head.
I know, but I don't know, I'm just thinking about the way he was laying. Like, I don't know though, this is, wow.
And that doesn't explain the scissors, you know.
Oh my god.
And again, you know, Ryan, here's the thing. Please know, I'm not judging you. I'm not judging Ryan for, you know, what you guys do. That's between you and him, you know. To each their own. I know that early on when we started talking, you said, "Oh, I'll never get a fair shake because, you know, this is what you guys think." Not, you know, I can't speak for anybody else but me, but I can tell you that I have no issue with that. You know, whatever you guys do, if it makes you happy, so be it. You know, I mean, you're not hurting anybody else. You know. So,
Oh my god.
you know, it's just a situation where
Kill my fucking partner. And not kill my husband and I can't cry.
So let's say, for instance, okay,
I did not fucking kill him. This is so crazy.
okay, and certainly, it could be that something else happened. Maybe we do the autopsy and find out that he aspirated on his own vomit, and that's why he died. You know, I mean, that's a possibility. Okay, but that doesn't explain the cut on his head and the scissors stuck in him. You know, so you know, I mean, if that was something that you guys were doing and something happened, that may not be what the cause of death. You know? But I gotta have the truth.
I told him I was gonna go get him help.
So how did the scissors get poked in him?
I don't know. Something that started bloody. Sit up against the wall there. I was just panic mode. He started barfing and I'm like, beat him out a little bit. We'll try to stand him up and he like sat down really hard. And it was just like, okay, lay back, like I'm gonna go get help. Oh my god. should have left. I should have just stayed there. Oh my god. Oh, Mama. Oh, Mama.
You know, here's another thing that I think about is historically when you guys have had arguments, one or the other of you have ran off. Typically you, because you don't want to get caught there because of getting kicked out of the apartment. Okay?
Whatever that means. Oh my gosh.
So, yeah, so here's where we're at with this. I just talked with the county attorney's office, and based on the information I have, we're going to be charging you with deliberate homicide.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Yeah.
Whoa. 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 No fucking way.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So if there's anything that you're not telling me, now's a good time to be completely honest about it.
How would that make it better right now? Would it change that?
Well, again, you know, I've offered up several scenarios.
I understand. Like, is this something that I should talk to a lawyer about first? Or
That's completely up to you.
could I see a lawyer today, possibly?
Well, today's Sunday, so, you know, I mean, but, you know, I mean, if that's what you want, then we're done talking. I can't talk to you anymore.
Right.
So, but I need to hear from you unequivocally is the way the law speaks. You know, if you tell me I want an attorney, we're done. You know, if you're asking questions, should I have an attorney? I can't give you that advice. That's completely up to you.
May I call my dad, please?
Okay. For what reason?
You told me to call him in an hour and a half. I just wanted to check in with him.
Okay. How many times have you talked to him today?
Twice.
Okay. So at this point, I'm just gonna have you hold off, and I have some paperwork things to do.
Wow.
So bear with me if you need the restroom. I'll get you some more water, and
Please, sir, may I just check in with my dad for like
maybe
3
before
minutes?
we go. So okay.
If I request an attorney, how does that work?
Essentially, we're done talking, and then once you get down to the jail, then you can try and contact one down there.
How do you do that?
They'll be able to help you, and then I'm sure tomorrow, you know, public defender's office, I think, comes over there every day, and you can talk with one of those folks. So.
Wow.
Okay, what is it then?
Wow. No, I'm not going to charge you. This is crazy. Oh my gosh.
If it's not homicide, what is it?
Not go right. Wow. Wow.
Then tell me what happened.
now's when we can talk, because you know what you're facing.
With that, sorry.
And, I can tell you, I have a lot of experience. I've been doing this job over 20 years, and not much that you're going to tell me is going to shock me or scare me or make me think, oh my God,
Is there anything I could say now that would alter what I'm being charged with?
Yes, absolutely.
Like,
I can't give you ideas, we've talked about different scenarios, the truth is always a good option.
yeah, there's
Like I said, I know there's more that went on in this scenario. The neighbor lady confirmed that. Okay. So.
But if I don't,
And I have to be careful here because I don't want to start giving you leading questions and then you say, yeah, Jim, that's it. That's what happened.
so if Brian fell in the shower and hit his head, that would make I'm still getting charged with deliberate homicide then?
No, not necessarily. That's an accidental, if we go and do the autopsy and it shows that,
Or
aspirated, yeah.
Aspirated.
We can confirm that, hey, he'd been drinking a whole bunch but the hurdle I have is, if he's got an injury on the back of his head and he's got some slice marks on his arm here and he's got a little poke hole here, I got to know how that happened so I can say, no, that wasn't, this is how that happened. And then we go to the autopsy and it shows, that wasn't a life-threatening wound. That wouldn't have caused him to die. But I got to put those pieces together, and the only way I can do that, Ryan, is with the truth. You were the only one there. I wasn't there. I got to rely on physical evidence and people that I talked to, and I don't think that there's any doubt in anybody's mind. Anybody that has known you and Ryan, how much you guys cared for each other. There's no doubt about that. And that's why I'm sure this pains you so much. And I think that's why you can truthfully say, I did not kill him.
Didn't kill him. Did not kill him.
But there's circumstances that have occurred that make it look that way, or at least at this point. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So help me help you work through this situation.
How
So let's do this. I ran through some potential scenarios that may have happened. Why don't you float one my way? Give me a hypothetical situation that may have happened.
Is that like making a statement or will it be used against me because
It could. I'll be honest with you, it could. Okay? I don't want to try and trick you or
I understand that. Even if I started out with hypothetically,
Yeah.
that's still
It could. Yeah, it could. I was just trying to give you an avenue where sometimes psychologically it's easier to do that. Okay.
Kill him.
Okay. So tell me what happened.
I don't want to like say something where I'm gonna get in more trouble, but like
Well, you can't get in any more trouble.
I understand.
I mean, at this point, I'm ready to charge you with deliberate homicide. You know, it doesn't get any bigger than that.
No, I know that's crazy, and that's like scaring the fuck out of me because I didn't kill him.
Okay.
And I don't know if I don't know if I should have a lawyer or if like all this is gonna be like used in court. Like,
Let me ask you this. Is there a reasonable explanation in your mind? Is there a reasonable explanation to what happened?
you rephrase that
Sure.
differently.
Based on what happened this morning, if you, in your mind, if you tell me what happened this morning, okay? I mean, you've already told me a number of things that went on in your life between the two of you. You know, did I fall out of the chair? Did I say, "Oh my God, you sick son of a bitch"? You know? Did I say anything about that?
No.
Okay. So my point is that if you explain to me what happened, you know, I think I'm trying to be reasonable here and understanding, you know, on what took place. You know, I mean, I told you, you know, I had a previous call where, you know, the girlfriend was stabbing the boyfriend in the back, you know. I mean, so you're not the only one that does that type of thing. Okay? It's not something that this is the first time I've ever heard of that.
And if she was doing that, and he fell, he hit his head and died. Would you charge her with deliberate homicide?
Well, I can tell you what happened in that particular circumstance. She stabbed him in the back. He freaked out. He called us. We showed up over there, interviewed both of them. They both said, yeah, here's what the circumstance was. We were both in agreement to do that. That was part of our sexual act, our ritual. She stabbed me a little deeper than what I wanted her to, and it hurt like a son of a bitch. And that's why he called. We walked away from there and left them both there at the house. Nobody got charged with a crime.
Well, they're both alive.
Right, right. And that's part of the process here that I got to try and figure out, you know. And when I only have limited amount of information,
Right.
you know, I'm going into this handicapped. You know. Okay. Okay.
They're like,
So let's take a baby step here, okay? Are you comfortable with that? Maybe? Okay. All right. So Can I get you to tell me that you were there when this happened? Not when he died, but what happened prior to it?
I was trying to pick him up, and he was like bleeding, and he just had this tiny little poke hole, and maybe he couldn't get up, and he was barfing, and so I laid him down on all his clothes. He right back for help, and then he was in the shower, done, like nothing, like. Jeez.
So how did he get the cut on the back of his head?
I don't know. Is there a cut?
What's that?
Is it like a cut or a gash or like?
I don't know. I'm asking you. You said that he had blood on the back of his head.
I don't know how he got it back.
Okay.
I do.
Okay. I mean, were you guys arguing? Well, I think
We weren't arguing.
okay. So then, what was the scenario?
So hypothetically, this was done.
Yeah, I can't blame you, Ryan.
I understand.
I don't,
I understand.
and I don't want to.
Uh,
You know, I mean, you know, I mean, I don't have any reason to doubt that you didn't kill him, but you know, I mean, again, I got to base it on this and this and this.
Understood. And I think because you say liver homicide, I already think that like you're just in it to get me with homicide, and like, no, it's so not it. Like,
Okay.
it's not.
So I'm asking you, I'm begging you here, please explain to me what happened so I have a clear picture, you know, of what took place. You know, I mean, otherwise I got to go based on the facts that I have.
Understood.
You know,
And
so I can see where you know I say, well, were you guys arguing then? And you say, no, we weren't. Okay, well, I can see another avenue, another option that it could exist based on what you've told me about your guys' sex life. You know?
freaking weird sex.
Yeah.
Like, we like to push each other to the limits.
Okay. You know, I mean, nationally, I don't know how many people nationally die every year because of autoerotic asphyxia. You know, and you've talked about that was something that you guys do. You know,
Sometimes,
so,
yeah.
but you know, that's a scenario where certainly something could be accidental. You know,
What's like an accidental charge? Like negligent homicide then?
possibly. You know, maybe criminal endangerment, maybe nothing. You know, I don't want to. Again, I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass here. You know, I want to be honest with you and I want to be forthright with you because I don't want you to, you know, whatever the end game here is, whatever the circumstance ends up being, I don't want you to walk out of here. And I can tell you right now, there are people that are sitting in Deer Lodge as a result of my investigations that are there for 100 years, okay? I'm confident that if you talk to those two gentlemen, they would say, you know what, Jim treated us with dignity and respect. And he didn't lie to us about what the circumstances were going to be. You know, I don't want to.
I know.
I don't want to live with that. I don't want to deal with that. I want everything that I do to be above board. Okay? That's how I conduct business. So, you know, if you ask me a question, to the best of my ability, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm not going to trick you. I'm not going to try and lie to you. You know, so I can't promise you that it's going to be nothing. I can't promise you that it's going to be anything in between, you know, until I know all the facts and you know, things are corroborated and verified.
Right. So if you got like some more facts, you would, based on them, you would call the prosecuting of the city again and
Yep. Say, here's the situation. Give me your opinion. This is what I think. What do you think? Okay.
he did stab me with a fork last night
Okay.
a bunch of times.
Okay. Pretty painful, I would expect.
Yeah. It got really scary. It started to hurt.
Can you put that in context for me? What was going on when he did that?
My statement changes that make me even worse of a person, or
I didn't hear
my
you.
statement changes that make me worse of a person. I'm like so afraid of getting in trouble that like, I don't know where to go with this. Like,
Okay.
I didn't kill her.
I think a reasonable person would be afraid. You know, they would be afraid of the consequences.
Yeah.
I don't think that's out of the norm.
See, like hypothetically, the scenarios you gave me, the one that you said you responded to that guy and that girl,
Yeah.
similar, I'd say.
Okay.
There's similarities to that.
Okay. So let's talk through that.
Talk through it.
Yep. Walk me through it. Tell me what happened. And so, you know, this is why earlier when I said, you know, conventional wisdom says this is when, you know, me as the investigator, I pound my fist on the table and say, tell me the truth, you know. This is why I don't do that, because I want people to have every opportunity to be truthful with me, you know. Because I know it's difficult.
I know, I think I'm just so scared that like I'm gonna get charged with this murder.
Sure.
Like, with it, like charged with murder. I think that's what's like.
So, Ryan, in your mind, think about this in your mind, okay? Before you say another word, think about this in your mind. And you've said it multiple times. I did not kill him. I did not kill him. Okay? So, play it through in your mind, okay? Before you say another word to me, play it through in your mind. And if you honestly believe that you did not kill him, whatever stuff was going on, whatever, taboo situation was going on, that you think is that I can't understand, that I can't fathom, if that did not kill him, then explain it to me.
I don't know if he hit his head. I mean, he was barfing, so.
Which can be indicative of a head injury,
Right.
but it can also be indicative of somebody that drank too much.
I drank a lot of fucking. I drank all day yesterday. I didn't drink all day yesterday. I got to drink mostly from 11.
11 p.m.
Yeah, on.
Okay.
I mean, I got to smoke a couple bowls, but that's all kitchen stuff. Smoke pot very much.
Okay.
I mean, he was drinking a lot all day. I mean, you can sit in that casino and they'll just give him those patio cups.
Yeah.
Half full of black velvet. He drank a lot.
Okay. So, people die from alcohol poisoning too. The very
We weren't
last.
even arguing. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
We weren't even arguing.
Okay. The very last thing that I want to do here today is to charge you with a crime if you didn't commit one.
I didn't.
Okay?
I don't know if I need to go get credit when I'm going to say something. There's nothing else I can. I mean, that's the big kahuna charge. I mean, that's the big one. I think I'm just shocked because that's where it's getting pointed to.
So let me ask you this, okay? This is a big question, okay? Do you trust me? Do you trust that I'm going to do the right thing? Okay. Do you think I've lied to you today?
No.
Okay. Do you think I've tried to manipulate you?
No.
Okay. So if that level of trust exists, okay, then why don't you tell me what happened and we'll work through it.
How can we work through it? You talked to the peoples again?
Yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing, is that I gotta have 100% truth, okay? It can't be bits and pieces and then come back and a few more times, because we've kind of already done that.
I know.
So,
I think I was so scared. That's the way it looks. I'm so scared of that.
Yep.
And go ahead and just charge me with that. And I'm just get shot. Because it's
Okay.
it's so not.
Okay.
It's so not that.
Okay. So it's my job to ensure that if you didn't kill Ryan, to find that out. I'm equally as interested in finding out what happened to him, if you did not kill him, okay? That's super important to me.
And all this is recorded.
Yep, absolutely.
There's nowhere we can talk about it being recorded.
There is, but here's the problem with that, is that if we step out and then come back in and you tell me something, then they're going to say, oh, you threatened him, you promised him something, you told him, this, that, or whatever. And I don't want anybody to think that I did that. I don't want them to think that, we stepped out and I said, hey, if you don't tell me this, I'll find you someday in a dark alley, I don't want that piece. Okay. So it's time to take that next little baby step.
An accident or he fell or something. Like, that's the way he died. And then you still charge me with deliberate homicide, knowing that?
If it was an accident,
Yeah, if it was an accident or like wasn't even like done by me. Like if he had just like asphyxiated, like he said, choked or like hit his head and whatever.
right. So I gotta have all the facts before I can, otherwise it's not fair to anybody to say, here's a little bit, now make a decision, you know? So, I mean, I gotta have all the facts before I can, just like I can't promise you, I don't wanna promise you that nothing will happen, you know, because, that's not fair to me, I don't think. To force me to make a decision with only partial parts of the situation. So, that's why I've spent this amount of time talking to you, is because I know there's more to it, I know there's more to it, and just seeing how pained you are over this whole situation, and like I said, we've talked before, and I could tell that there's a legitimate love there between the two of you.
Oh my God.
Tell you what, let's both sit down because you're making me nervous facing back and forth. Okay.
No water.
Yeah. Yep, I'll go get it right now. Okay. Okay, here you are. Thank you.
How many people are watching?
One. No. Another detective.
Thank you.
Okay.
No intentions, no plans to kill her here, no like.
Okay. So walk me through what happened. I'd like to do that too, but I just can't. just can't.
Well, my fear is that I'm creating like myself, but saying like the wrong statement, not the wrong statement, but like wording it in such a worse way.
Okay.
So
how about this? And I think I pride myself on being thorough with things, okay? And trying to make sure that I have a complete, comprehensive understanding of what took place. So, if you tell me what happened, we're both going to take a deep breath, just wait a minute, let me try and wrap my head around it, and then we'll discuss it again, okay? So that way, if I have questions, I'm not going to say, ha-ha, gotcha, It's going to be, okay, Ryan, this is what you told me. And if you look at our conversation to this point, hasn't it been that way? If there's been something that I've been uncertain about, we've come back and talked about it again and said, explain this to me again, because I don't think I'm quite understanding it. Okay? So, certainly I can appreciate the fact that, people describe things differently. And you've done that to me, when I've said something to you and you said, wait a minute. Can you say that to me again? So that way you had a better understanding of what I was talking about. So maybe I can phrase it a different way.
oh my gosh. Like you saying like deliberate homicide, it's just like it's so wrong.
Okay. So help me understand.
I feel like God, it's so grossly wrong.
Okay. So here's another. When I went up to get the water, the other detective told me that they talked with the folks at Rivals, watched the video and all that stuff. There was no cut finger at work.
Okay.
So, here we are again with another situation where that causes me to push towards that other scenario. And I don't want to. I want the truth. I want to know exactly what took place so that way.
This is from reading a pop can pipe at work. There's people that I can list that we're all standing there when we were smoking this.
Okay.
During crushing it. It was a Red Bull.
Okay. But it wasn't on the mandolin like you were saying, right?
No.
Okay.
Or a slicer.
Okay.
I want to be like, hey, I'm smoking pot at work. Oh my God.
Okay. And see, to me, that's a reasonable explanation. More likely the truth, And I can understand why you wouldn't want to say that, But again, I'm trying to be understanding of things. I'm not running for a ticket book saying, aha, you admitted to smoking pot. I'm writing you a ticket. See you in court. I want a bigger picture view of what took place. And this is something else to consider, I guess, is that from a personal, a human standpoint, okay, there's going to be a grieving process. You've already started that, okay? And the way a person, I've seen a lot of tragic things in my life, both on and off the job, and part of that grieving process is talking about what happened, so that way you can move forward and mourn for Ryan.
Yeah.
you know.
So if I go, I'm not stating it, just asking.
Yep.
If we get a lawyer, that means that we can't carry on until a court. Like we can't talk anymore until court, correct?
Well, before court, your lawyer could allow us to talk.
Okay.
Probably not going to happen, you know, because usually once you get an attorney, they tell you don't say anything further, you know. And I can't say that 100%, but that's been my experience. So
I haven't like said anything to you to make you think that like I did like deliberately kill my partner. I haven't said anything that makes you think otherwise. If you still see it as deliberate homicide.
well, based on what I have, the information I have right now, you know, I mean, we've talked about some theories, you know, this could happen. You know, I mean, certainly he could have slipped in the tub.
I don't know. I don't.
But how did he get?
I didn't put him in the tub though.
Okay, but you said that prior to him getting into the tub, which the physical evidence at the residence certainly shows that there was blood at the scene prior to him getting in the tub. So obviously he had to have had an injury prior to getting into the tub.
Yes.
Okay.
Like I don't recall leaving him in the bathroom. He was in that linoleum where the clothes are.
Yep.
That's where he was at. He was conscious, and he was keeping pressure on, and he had sponge pressure, and this one wasn't even that.
Looks pretty small to me. You know, like pencil size or something, you know. Yeah. You know, looks like probably at some point he was leaning on the toilet and throwing up, you know, because there's blood on the front part of the toilet seat.
So that was while I was not there. That's why I was like ran to rivals and it was locked, and I run to Michael's, and then I ran back.
Okay.
Shower wasn't on. He wasn't in it.
Okay. So what took place before that?
God damn. Purpose. Kill one accident.
Okay. Okay. So if you've reconciled that in your mind, you know, I mean, you know what murder is.
Yes.
You know.
Dude, I did not murder.
Okay. Okay. Did you do anything that you think would have caused his death?
No.
Okay.
No, I really don't.
Okay.
All aside from that. If he laying there like I propped him on his side, like he was applying pressure on the back of his head. This is so very much like that. Very similar to like that guy and that girl that we were talking about.
Okay.
Just believe me on that one.
I do, but the physical evidence and the stuff that the other people have said caused me to think differently. But here's the thing is that I got to hear from you what took place, so that way, that coupled with, you know, the physical evidence, we can add things up. You know, I believe that you ran to Rivals and you ran to Michael's and you came back and you found him there. You called for help on the neighbor's phone. I believe all of that stuff. You know, the fact that you started to talk about what took place with the fork marks. The neighbor heard that. That all adds up. You know, the neighbor did say she heard, the two people say, well, you stabbed me in the chest. Well, you stabbed me with a fork. Okay. So that's the stuff I want to hear about. I believe you as far as the other aspects of it, you know, and to me, again, is it a very, very, very tragic, unfortunate circumstance? You know, it could be. Or, you could be pulling my chain and then you say, well, guess what? I did it. I hope that's not the case. But I won't know until I hear from you, and then I can corroborate that stuff.
Hypothetically.
Okay.
If it was like that scenario you would describe.
Yep.
That kind of gal.
Yep.
One of us has just gone too deep, hypothetically.
Yep.
What would you charge me with then? That'll corroborate.
So here's the thing, Ryan, is it really depends on, what the medical examiner finds out. And that's what, when I talked with the county attorney, he said, without additional information that gives us what they call mitigating factors, say for instance, and I'm not saying this is what happened, but as an example of a mitigating factor, husband walks in on his wife, cheating on him, he loses his mind and kills somebody, okay? That's a mitigating factor which may cause it to be a lesser offense than deliberate homicide, okay? I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm just trying to give you an example of a mitigating factor. Again, an example would be, somebody that, engages in autoerotic asphyxia, and they leave the belt on or whatever, the ligature on too long and they die. Was that deliberate? No. Neither one of the people or the person, if they do it by themselves, that wasn't the outcome that they were after. Nobody intended on killing anybody. It was a tragic accident. Is there a potential crime there? Maybe. That's for the attorney to decide. So what I got to do is take the information that you give me, run it by them, and say, here's what Ryan told me, here's what the physical evidence is, and then they make a decision.
Weird sex. Foreplay. We were having sex.
Okay. Can you? I know you're nervous, but can you sit so I can hear you? Would it make you more comfortable if you face this way so you're not looking at anybody?
No, I'm just thinking about the people there and then recording and I just.
Yeah. Were you ashamed to do that with Ryan?
What? Yes.
You were ashamed to do those things with Ryan?
a little. So it got carried away a couple times a while ago. We ended up really hurting each other. I mean, we were doing cigarette burns on each other, and he got way more carried away.
Okay.
I couldn't get my hands out, so that was kind of like stopped us for a while.
Okay.
It ended up hurting me a lot more than he had wanted. So that Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Ryan, hold on. I don't know if he choked or hit his head up. I don't think any of the pokes were those little poke wounds. I don't think any of those are the ones that are life threatening.
So the scratches on his arms, there was like 2 or 3 scratches on his arm here. Was that from last night then or this morning?
Yeah.
Okay. And how did that happen?
He did those scratches. He was poking me with the fork. It was getting hotter and hotter. It got me really hard right there in the nipple.
Okay.
Like really, really hard.
Okay.
He wanted to use the scissors on me. And I was too scared. There were 3 pokes in them.
Okay.
And one on the nipple going startled me the most. I don't remember that one. Like when it was dead on the nipple, it startled me most.
Why did it startle you?
Cause like the fork tip right on the nipple.
Okay.
I'm not startled. That hurt. I mean, it hurt a lot more than what was happening.
Sure.
That witness or the statement from that neighbor. It was consensual. It was a consensual thing they were doing.
Sure.
It was just taken to extremes when we were trying things.
Okay.
I don't know if I poked him too hard and he hit his head, or if I poked him in the back of the head. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Based on that, you still think it's a deliberate homicide then?
I don't know. You know, I mean, so you said that he wanted to use the scissors on you, and you said no. So then you used them on him.
I let him use the fork on me. So
Okay. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. And then you used the scissors on him. And where did you? You said that. Where did you poke him at with the scissors?
I think the first one was like right over the side of that.
Okay.
Just in the safe spot.
Yep.
And I think we got his belly fat. Right here.
Okay. So the deal on the back of the head, how do you think that happened?
I don't know if it's from him falling down and hitting the wall. Like right there where you walk into the kitchen.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I think I'm really trying to.
No, I get it. Yep. So what kind of clothing were you guys wearing?
He had his underwear on. I had basketball shorts.
Okay, the ones you got on now? Okay. Okay.
shirt. No pants. No shoes. Or no pants, obviously. But no shoes.
Okay. So how did the blood get out by the front door? How did that happen?
Sure. I don't think that was there when I left.
Okay.
Maybe he got up and was like looking for me.
Okay.
Because I didn't leave him. I didn't leave him in the shower. I didn't leave him anywhere near the bathroom.
Okay.
It was right there by the clothes, and it was just like so much blood, and then it started like getting really like just on the back of his head right there. Then I thought he had like banged his head, or maybe I poked him in the neck or something.
Do you recall poking him in the neck?
No, that's like no. He was already fucking really drunk, so I don't know if he like, oh, I fell and hit his head.
Do you think maybe it could be an overdose situation
I
because of the pills, or?
don't think so.
I mean, certainly we'll do a toxicology on
I don't-
him, you know.
Think so.
Okay.
So based on that, is that still deliberate homicide then?
So I'm gonna have to call the county attorney and run those things by him and see what he has to say. Okay?
Would you do that for me and let me use the phone to call just my dad?
Yes.
Just my dad. I might have
Absolutely.
to call my aunt because
Yep, that's fine.
they're traveling together
That's
right now.
fine.
But
Yep. Do you know what happened to the scissors?
I really don't. Like, I really, really don't.
Okay. How about the fork?
It's in the apartment.
Okay. Alright. Do you remember what the scissors looked like?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We have like whisper ones.
Yeah, I saw those in the bathroom, but they had some like black stuff on them or something. It wasn't like blood. It was like maybe you'd been using it to clean out a pot pipe or something. You know, like
Those were the only. Those are the only. How big were they?
pretty small.
I think the ones were black handled like this.
Okay. Okay. Alright.
Here's the phone.
Yep.
I'll run it by them.
Absolutely.
We can be.
Yep.
Convenient.
Okay.
I really did.
I understand. I understand. Okay.
You probably should not like tricking me to get some information. Like, I really. This is such
No.
like an accident. It's gone like so bad.
Okay. Is there anything that you're leaving out that you haven't told me?
I don't think I was being entirely truthful at the beginning of this because I didn't want it to look like what are you charging me with? Like deliver. So I think I was panicking and like just so scared of that.
Yeah. Okay. So how did the glasses get broke that were on the floor? And the TV get tossed and all that.
The TV was off by the time off the thing by the time I got in because I was behind. Like I came into the apartment like 15 minutes maybe after Ryan got there.
Okay.
And we were just frisky, but the TV was already down.
Okay.
The glass that broke like while I was on the phone with 911, like I was panicking, just running in and out of the house.
Okay. There were two broken glasses.
I think they're like Highland or whatever beers.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so those were right in front of the TV this morning, or on the side of it.
Okay.
But the TV was knocked off when I got there. The glasses were, and I think I knocked those down. I think I kicked that picture.
And the bowl that was laying over there.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I don't know about that. Like,
Okay.
could have been the windowsill, like, I tore through there really fast after like, he wasn't responding.
Okay.
Not like tore out of there, but like tore over, like started just pounding on doors and nobody would pick up. Oh my god. With Papa.
Okay. Let me get the phone for you, okay?
Thank you. Hey. So I think Aaron's friend Elise. No, she's a lawyer in Washington.
I'll let you use the phone again if you want to hang up.
Can I
And
call you right back, please? Thank you.
so, sorry it took so long, but I had called and had to wait for the deputy county attorney to call back. So I explained to him what we talked about, and he said, okay, he understands. He said that until we get the autopsy done and the toxicology, which we're going to do tomorrow, I'm going to go down to Missoula tomorrow and have that done. He said some of the things that you talked about certainly lend itself to, a lesser charge, but right now,
What's a lesser charge than deliberate homicide?
well, negligent homicide or mitigated homicide.
What's that?
It's a homicide charge. However, that may change depending on what we find out down there at the crime lab. Okay? So, in all those things that we talked about, I ran those by him. I said, hey, it could be that he aspirated, he could have overdosed because of the pill usage and the alcohol consumption.
I just don't know how he. Yeah. Sorry.
So right now,
Oh my God.
So right now that's the charge, okay? But it certainly could be amended, all right?
It's amended.
Changed, okay? So that's what you're gonna be put in on today. Okay. What's that?
It's all prison, huh? All homicide.
Well, we're a long ways from that, right?
I know.
We're a long ways from that.
I don't get bail on the one you're charging me with, huh?
I don't know about that. That's up to the judge and all that.
Can't breathe this in jail.
Okay.
So
So
ankle monitor, like I just can't be breathing like this in jail. I'm gonna get my ass beat. Like,
okay.
I need to get like my husband's shit together. Like,
Yep, absolutely. So today's Sunday, so obviously you don't see the judge today.
tomorrow.
Possibly, but we got to get that other information from the autopsy and all that stuff. The minute that I get that information, I'll be calling the county attorney's office and telling them what we found. Okay. And then we make the appropriate decision. Okay.
Can I ask your opinion on it?
Sure.
Think it's deliberate homicide, or
I don't know that.
would be
No.
like we've been straight shooting.
Yep.
In all your experiences, like
Yeah. I want all the facts first, okay? Okay? Because here's the thing, Ryan. I pride myself on being truthful and honest, okay? So, and this is what we talked about, right? Is that I can't make a comprehensive decision without all the facts, okay? All right? And I feel like you were honest with me with the story that you told me. I think the only thing that I wonder about is how heated things got, with, the fork situation, if you got angry about that or how that, and certainly I can see that, when somebody inflicts pain on you.
You know? But do I think you set out with the intention of killing him? No, I don't. I don't think so. Okay?
And that's like,
Otherwise, I think there would have been way more physical trauma. You know? I don't think you would have called for help if that was the situation. I think you would have ran away and just
should
let
have
somebody
left
figure it
inside. I
out.
should have just stayed there.
Okay.
I don't know.
And I don't know like you don't know. Okay? So that's what we gotta figure out.
Oh my
Okay?
God.
So go ahead and use the phone if you want to, alright? I don't know if that's your hair tie down there too.
It's not.
Okay. So one of the things, like your ring and your hair tie, and if you have any piercings, I don't know if you do or not, they'll have to go in here.
Maybe I thought she was supposed to maybe get a fresh one before I go out.
I can do that.
Thank you.
Yep.
I don't spit anymore.
Okay, you can spit in the garbage can if you need to. Okay?
And to be down for interlock your fingers like knuckles together. Can you do knuckles? Knuckles together. Lock these up so they're not cinch down on you. Arm those. Alright, I'm walking right out to this.
Ryan Lamb was charged with felony deliberate homicide. Prosecutors allege Lamb was an abusive partner and he stabbed 31-year-old Ryan Nixon to death during a sexual encounter. The defense team painted a different picture in which Nixon was the abusive partner and Ryan Lamb stabbed him because he was attacking him with a fork. In the end, Ryan Lamb entered a plea to negligent homicide and was sentenced to 10 years in prison.